This conference will now be recorded.
There you go.
There we go. You let me know, Rebecca, when.
We're all set.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Village Board of Shorewood to order. It's Monday, May 4th, 2020. Are all trustees present? I'll just go through. You want to go through roll call, or Rebecca? Clerk?
Sarah, I'll have you do roll call, please.
Okay, I can do that. Trustee Amento?
Here.
Trustee Bachhorst?
Yes, present.
Trustee Erzink?
Here.
Welcome. Trustee Stokebrand?
Here.
Welcome. Trustee Carpenter?
Here.
And Trustee Warren?
Here.
And I'm here. Did I miss anyone? Okay, so all 7 trustees are present. Has this meeting been noticed according to law?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Thank you. So we'll start with agenda item number 4, special order of business. 4A, consideration of 2021 alley reconstruction project scope of work. There's a presentation by Sigma that a PowerPoint that was included in our packet, as well as on the public packet that was on the website. Rebecca, who is the person that's going to lead this?
We can start with Director Bushlick, and then I believe Sigma is also here to review the presentation.
Okay, and before we start, would you like us to hold questions until the end of the presentation?
Yeah, that's preferred.
Okay, so just so the board and public knows, we'll listen to Director Bushlick and then ask any questions. I'll go around the table and see if anybody has questions. And then we will go to the presentation. We'll wait till the end, and then I'll go around to each trustee and see if we have questions. And then I'll go around again if there needs to be a motion. So go ahead, Leanne.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bob Heschel is on the line with us this evening, but just before I begin, I'd like to make a clarification point. We will not be going through the presentation this evening.
Okay.
That was narrated and sent to you, but we will certainly be hitting some high points and questions. I'm sorry, I'm getting a ton of feedback. Is it just me, or is everybody getting that from my call?
I'm not getting it.
Of course, I'm hearing it too.
I'm hearing it as well.
Okay. How about if everybody puts it on mute and right now, and we'll see what Leanne says. Okay, go.
Okay, I will try again. Those of you who were on the board 2 years ago may recall that prior to the 2019 alley program, we brought a very similar presentation to you, and the intent was just to go through the scope of the following year's program prior to the beginning of engineering. And the reason we did that was because at the time, as is the case this year, we have the opportunity to use Green Solutions funds from the Metropolitan Milwaukee Sewerage District to implement some green features in some of these alleys. Those features will help us with TMDL compliance from a stormwater perspective. And so what staff did along with Sigma was do a preliminary review of the alleys that were identified in the long-range plan for reconstruction in 2021 and do a preliminary evaluation to determine which of them would be compatible with green infrastructure. And so the presentation that you were forwarded goes through that in a bit more detail, but just for the purposes tonight, we will be happy, and as I said, Bob's on the line to take any questions. But in order to kind of set the table, I would just like to share with you that your action this evening would be to direct staff to and Sigma, the contracted engineer, to go ahead with the engineering for the 2021 program, utilizing the MMSD funds that would be available. And you would communicate your intent to use those to offset the cost of that green infrastructure construction. You'll note in the presentation, I'm sure Bob will hit this also, that with the preliminary estimates, and those are pre-engineering estimates, so they're very preliminary, it does not appear at this point that between the $750,000 that is identified in the long-range plan for the alley program and the available green solutions money, that we actually may be able to construct all of those alleys identified. That is not a decision that needs to be made this evening. The engineering contract does cover all of the alleys, so we will engineer all of those. And as in past programs, when we get the final engineer's opinion of probable cost, we will structure the bid with as much flexibility as possible, including alternates that would allow us to select the alleys that we would ultimately construct and give you the most flexibility at that time to pick and choose alleys if that is something that we find that we will need to do. But again, just for this evening, what we're looking for you to do is confirm, the scope of work for the 2021 alley program as it was outlined in the long-range financial plan, and then direct the engineer to proceed with the design of green features and indicate your intention to use the MMSD Green Solutions funding. So with that, I will toss it over to Bob and then open for questions.
Thank you, Lee.
Do you want to wait?
Greetings, everyone. Madam President, Village Board Trustees, Village Manager Rebecca. And my name is Bob Peschel. I'm Principal Engineer with the Civil.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but does anyone else hear that chirpy sound? This is Trustee Backhorst. It stopped now.
Yep, I'm hearing it.
It was
There's an
really
echo too.
I can't handle that. I don't know what it was.
Let me speak some more. I think it's when I'm speaking, that's the way it sounds.
Is there a way for you to speak in a not on a conferencey thing, or is there something going on that could be adjusted?
Bob, is it possible for you to call in versus using your computer for voice?
I can. And I can just mute and then I'll call in. Hold on.
It may be that somebody's not on mute and that's why we're getting an echo.
Okay, are we still all there?
We're
Hello?
here. We're waiting for Bob to call back in.
Are we still having a problem? Okay, let me call in.
Is Leanne here in the meantime?
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question as a point of information.
Sure.
Because we reviewed this long-range plan, Arthur and I, with Rebecca and Mark, I had seen the alley plan, and I don't understand. There's an alley area designation that's on this plan for 2021 that's not in the long-range financial plan for 2021. It's H1S as in Sam.
Yes. That is actually just how so the H and G alleys are actually T alleys. There is the north-south portion of the alley runs almost from Kensington to Congress, but just shy of Kensington Boulevard, there is a section that also runs east-west. So for the purposes of this presentation, we actually divided H and G. So you have the north-south segment in H and G, and then you have an east-west segment in H and G. I believe H and G are also further So that north-south segment is then also further segmented, if you will. And the reason for that is Sigma is recommending that the green portion of that alley occur in part of the north-south section. It cannot be implemented at a reasonable cost. It cannot be implemented in the east-west sections because there are sewer and water mains that run through that, and it would be cost prohibitive to try to install green infrastructure over the top of that. So we're looking at putting it in a portion of the north-south section of that alley, but would not run it the full length. So you see like an H1S and an H1N. So that is the one would designate the north-south section of the alley. 1S would be the southern half of that, and 1N would be the northern half of that. Does that make sense?
Right. And so my question is, in the 5-year alley reconstruction plan, H1S, as in Sam, is not in the plan, but it's in the Sigma plan.
Correct.
So why did we do H1? Since we're short on money and the proposal is to eliminate C as in Charlie, I just want to make sure that we really, it's important for us to do this H1S as in Sam, and because it wouldn't make up the whole cost, but it would come closer to helping us pay for C as in Charlie instead of, leaving them out this year.
Right. Staff looked at that and we felt that it was important then that while we were in that alley, that we complete the work rather than only doing a portion of it and leaving and coming back in a subsequent year. This program was set up a number of years ago, and we do attempt to review the ratings and look at the conditions of the alleys every year prior to doing the engineering work. And staff felt for a number of reasons, but most specifically that it looks, I think residents would really question why we were coming in and only giving attention to about 3/4 of the alley and then walking away and coming back in a subsequent year.
Right, I understand. I just wanted to clarify why it wasn't part of the 5-year alley reconstruction plan. And suddenly it is, and we're short on money. The other question I have was, what made C the first choice to be cut from the proposal because we're short of money?
Well, actually, as I mentioned earlier, that is not a decision that we are asking you to make tonight. That was a suggestion that Sigma made to staff that they did put in the proposal. That will not be a part of your motion this evening. That's a decision that we will defer until we have a better idea and an actual final engineer's opinion of probable cost. But I would say that one of the primary reasons likely is that right now our focus is using Green Solutions money, and particularly in areas where the money would benefit the village's TMDL numbers. And so we certainly don't want to pull out any alleys that have the potential for utilizing the Green Solutions money. But again, that's just a real quick answer. We would certainly, if we get to that point where we believe we have to recommend that something be cut, and that will occur when when the project goes to bid, we would have some more detailed answers for you and possibly other suggestions, but that is not what we're asking you to decide tonight.
Right. And Kathy, hold on for 1 second. Trustee, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can.
Okay. So when I outlined how we're going to go about the meeting, I did mention that after Director and Leanne, I can't ever pronounce your last name correctly, but after you we would go around the table and let any trustee ask a question, and then we would move on to Sigma. And so, Kathy, you can continue. I just wanted to make sure that the other trustees knew that I will let them, everyone's going to have a chance to ask Leanne a question.
Thank you. I was just trying to make the use of dead time.
Yes. So do you have any further questions at this point?
Thank you.
No, Kathy, Trustee Stokbrand, do you have any further questions? Because go ahead and ask them.
I had a question.
Trustee Menta? Yes.
Yeah, it's in the TMDL. I'm trying to remember the last presentation we had about it. And I think it was still like the regulations still, we expected them to be coming, but we weren't sure. And we're part of a whole group. It's not just us that has to achieve these reductions. Do we, and I may be misremembering, so please, correct me if I am, but have we, has that been decided by the state? I mean, have we gotten down from the state what the reductions are going to have to be? And do we have a plan? Do we have an assignment of how much? I'm just wondering if that had been buttoned down yet.
And we collaborate with other communities. I can't remember.
We have a joint permit with the other communities in the North Shore. As of June, that permit will have been expired for 2 years. We are continually hearing that DNR will be issuing that permit at any time, but I don't have any indication that we're any closer to that than we were the last time we spoke about it. We have a general idea of what our TMDL requirements will be. Those are individual to each municipality, but we do not have that. We will not have that formally until that permit is issued.
Okay, thank you.
Does any other trustee have a question for the director? If not, I have two, Leanne. I cannot remember, but how long is Sigma's contract? It's throughout the engineering. Is it 3 years?
Yes, it was a 3-year contract, but because we only do alleys every other year, it actually was just for the engineering of 2 programs. So it was the 19 program and the 21 program.
Okay, thank you. And then Green Solutions, as you had mentioned to Trustee Stokbrand, money from MSD. Is it correct to say that it will fund 100% if we, select those alleys this year? There are
parameters on how that money can be used, and I've had some conversations with our rep at MMSD. Bob has had far more detailed conversations, so he may be a better person to jump in. But it will fund 100% of the green components of the alley, not 100% of the cost of the alley.
Right. Okay. And then lastly, that's what I thought, because I wasn't sure if last time around it funded 100% of the. I still hear that feedback, by the way. Okay, there we go. So I wasn't sure if in the 19 program it funded 100% of the green components.
That is correct. The same as it would this year, 100% of the green component.
Okay, thank you. And then last question was, I know we've built 2, is that correct? 2 of our first green alleys?
We did 3 sections, yes.
Okay, and how are those holding up, and are you satisfied with that type of construction?
Honestly, we would have, take note, because you'll never hear me say this again, we would have actually liked to have a few more plowing events last winter to gauge that. But for the plowing events that we did, they did hold up well, and they drain wonderfully. You can stand in a rainstorm and watch them, and they absorb the water. It does not run off that paver section. So knock on wood, so far, we've been very pleased with how they have performed.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I have no further questions at the time. Seeing that the rest of the board does not either, go ahead with your presentation.
All right, Bob Peschel on the line. How is it sounding now?
Much better, Bob.
A little better.
I'm good. All right, very good. Sorry about the technical difficulties. What you have in front of you is the first slide. We did a presentation that I narrated last week, and you all hopefully had a chance to take a look at it. We would have Paul Immig serve as our project manager. Paul was involved with the construction engineering of the 2019 alleys. Nahid Afsari is on the line, and she would be our QA/QC officer. Rebecca, why don't you go to slide number 3? What I'd like to just walk you through is the 8 alleys that are part of the program for 2021. Then I'll talk a little bit about what we do as far as an alley replacement and talk through our 2 project alternatives. So go to the next slide. So these are the alleys that are in the program for 2019 through 2027. And the ones in blue were the ones that were completed in 2019. Sigma served as the consulting engineer for the design and construction. The alleys that are shown in green are part of the program for this coming year, 2021. And if you go to the next slide, we just have those alleys shown on an image. So here they are, A through H. Several of these alleys are east-west alleys that connect roadways. The other alleys, C, D, E, and F, are north-south alleys that run behind residential properties. Leanne mentioned alleys G and H. Those are actually different segments. There is an east-west segment that connects the roadways. Then there's a north-south alley that runs behind the properties. So these are the 8 alleys that are in the program. All right, next slide. Leanne mentioned funding. Go back, Rebecca, thank you. Shorewood has designated $750,000 for the alley replacement program. That includes the construction as well as the engineering services. 2020, MMSD has allocated $246,000. 2021, we've spoken with the sewage district. They're planning to allocate $119,000. So as Leanne mentioned, we want to capitalize on this available funding if the board chooses to move in that direction. Next slide. So here are some examples of what the alleys look like. These are some of the ones that are on the current program for replacement. You can see that the pavements are failing. We've got ponding, we've got puddling. These alleys are in bad shape. They're really beyond their useful life. What we do for the alley replacement is we first go out and survey all the conditions with regard to elevation and location. We also will document existing conditions. This is primarily through digital photographs of each of the properties adjoining the alleys. So we have a pre-construction set of conditions that we can go back and look at. Alley replacement calls for the full removal of the pavements. We'll do a nice clean saw cut, have the alleys removed. The undercut will take out some soil, and then we bring in granular material that gets compacted and rolled, and then the alley is paved. We do give a lot of attention to the retaining walls and the pavements and the other alley features because we are adjoining the alleys with those features, and we want to make sure that we don't damage them as we move along. It's very important that we match pavements, the entrances to garages, sidewalks, steps. We want to make sure that all the different pavements are matched up. But the other important part of it is the alley has to work well. We need to have it pitched to the middle, so as it rains, the runoff from the properties and on the pavement moves to the middle of the alley. And then we also need to slope the alley towards the roadway that it is connected to, because the roadways actually have the inlets that will then convey that stormwater to the local river or stream. So what we do have to be very precise in how we place that pavement. Next slide. We do have some unique situations where over time there's been encroachments in some of these alleys where soil has migrated onto the alley. We've got vegetation growing. These are conditions that need to be addressed prior to the construction, so some of the residents may need to be contacted to address these situations as we move forward. Next slide. Here's the schedule. We're appearing today to present the alley program and ask for board direction. We're already underway doing the surveying and our data collection. The objective is to have the design completed in November so we can bid the work in January next year and make the award in February. And then once construction season starts, get underway. We certainly want to compress the construction so there's the least amount of disruption to the residents who live on those alleys. Next. As I mentioned, there's really two alternatives on how we can do an alley. One would be a conventional alley. This is simply the removal of the pavement. Then we bring in the material as a sub base, and then we will pave the alley with asphalt, matching up all those conditions that I mentioned. And you can see the drainage coming down the middle of the alley. This is one of the alleys that was constructed in 2019, a conventional asphalt alley. The other photograph on the right is a green alley that is derived from the term green infrastructure. Here you can see permeable pavers. These are pavers that have voids in between them. The rainwater will actually flow between the voids, gets collected in an under drain system, and then is conveyed to the storm sewer. This alley also shows concrete aprons on both of the edges. These are pitched towards the middle of the alley, so it does drain the rainwater to the middle of the alley. And this concrete has to also match up precisely with all the existing pavements. Next slide. So the intent is to improve drainage with the green alley, enhance the aesthetic. It does have kind of a cobblestone look to it. We do have opportunities for the MMSD Green Solutions funding of $265,000. As Leanne mentioned, we can actually capture rainwater and hold it back before it actually gets to the local river or to Lake Michigan. So we do have some retainage of the water, but we also get the benefit of improving water quality. We will reduce total suspended solids and total phosphorus. What Sigma will be doing once we are in design is we will model each of these alleys, and we can then use a modeled output to give you more accurate total suspended solids removal and total phosphorus removal. All right, next slide. You can go to the next one after this. Thank you. Well, this is how the green alley works. And this is one of the alleys that was installed in 2019. You can see how the runoff moves from the edge of the alley on the concrete aprons to the middle, works through the pores between the pavers. There is a bedding of sand and gravel below the green alley that will then the foreground is a structure which used to be a catch basin in the alley, so it would collect the surface flow and the water would go through that catch basin and into the local storm sewer. What we would be doing with these types of structures is we'll attach that under drain system to the structure, and we'll actually put a cover on that particular structure. And this way, when the runoff does move through the alley, it can then be conveyed to the local storm sewer system. All right, next slide. Green alleys, it will have a longer construction period because we're placing pavers, and we are digging a deeper underbedding area and installing that pipe compared to putting in an asphalt alley. So the alley will be down a little longer period of time to install that. Alleys do have to be cleaned periodically. It's usually done with street sweeping and maybe a vacuum truck. Every once in a while, the alleys need to be swept with some gravel so we can refill the voids in between the porous pavers. There is a lot of study going on right now for green alley construction, and the type of alley that we're prescribing with the pavers and the concrete aprons are actually quite durable, and they are projected to have a longer life than a conventional asphalt alley. Leanne mentioned snow removal. This was not a big snow removal year, but we've been finding that, and we've been involved with many different porous pavement systems around Milwaukee, the zoo, at a number of the county parks. Snow removal is really no different than with a regular alley. We just want to make sure that the plow blade is just brought up just a little bit, so we're not scraping real close, but we have to make sure that we just set the plow blade at the right height. It is a textured material, so it's something to get used to. Next. Just show the cost. I'm sorry, there was one. There we go.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Excuse me?
Yep.
Could you just, the great presentation, we have a lot on the agenda, so if you can just wrap it up in a few minutes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Perfect. You bet, Rebecca. This table just shows the overall cost if we were to just go with conventional alleys. You can see that the budget costs exceed the $750,000. Just move on. Next slide. We ran budgets on what a green alley would cost, and we've selected actually 3 alleys that are the best candidates, A, G, and H, because they do have infrastructure in place where we can actually connect the underdrain to existing infrastructure. Next slide. So here's the recommendation. It calls for converting alleys A, a portion of G, and a portion of H into a green alley. We've designated what the district will actually pay for the green infrastructure portion of the alley. They don't pay for the concrete work. And then we also show the costs for the conventional alleys, the alleys that we suggest would be asphalt paved. To answer the question, why was alley C removed from the list? We looked at how much alley C, what the projected cost would be, and we needed to at least get up to $120,000 to get under the $750,000 price tag. We would have to achieve that by eliminating maybe 2 alleys instead of 1 alley. So alley C was the closest to that cost, and so it was selected for that reason. All right, next. So this is what the program would look like if we move forward with the recommendation. That's all I've got for you folks.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to open it up to the board for any questions. You can just state your name and I'll call upon you.
It's Jessica Carpenter.
Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. Leanne, I know you mentioned that we don't need to make a decision tonight regarding the alley C. When will we need to make that decision as a board?
We will certainly review that with you when the engineering work is complete and we have an engineer's opinion of probable cost. But the final decision would be made after the bids come in. And as I mentioned, we will structure that likely with alternates so that we can be as flexible as possible in awarding the contract to get as much work done as possible with the available funds. So you'll get a kick at it. We'll kind of give you some updates later transfer in the year, but your actual decision would come in March of next year.
Okay.
Leanne, just go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Carpenter.
And is the reason that we're waiting for bids is because there potentially could be an additional alley that might not be able to be funded this year?
No. The engineering contract that you have already awarded to Sigma requires them to design all of the alleys that you see listed. So we're going to go ahead and design all of them. When that design work is complete, they will be able to give us a better cost estimate. So we'll know a little more at that time. And then we will use those cost estimates to develop a base bid and then likely some alternates, so that you can kind of pick and choose and have some flexibility in what contract you award. It may be that, it's not completely impossible that we can do all of them, but it may be that we can't. And so we will give you that flexibility, like I said, at a later time to say, okay, we're going to award a contract for this group of alleys. And to a large extent, that will just depend on how the prices come back.
Okay, thank you, Leanne.
Any other questions from the board?
President Rosick, just a.
Is this Trustee Ursing?
This is Leslie, Trustee Warren.
Oh, Trustee Warren, go ahead.
Just wanted to say that a lot of good questions asked tonight. The only thing I had when I reviewed the presentation prior to the meeting was the rubric around picking LEC. I feel like we've covered that sufficiently for this meeting for my purposes, and understand that when we do get the bids come March of next year, that will come back to the board. So I'm comfortable moving forward at this point.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Any other trustees?
Can I make a motion?
Is this Trustee Amenta?
Yeah, Trustee Menta.
You sure
I
can.
move the approval of the outlined scope of work for the 2021 alley reconstruction project as outlined in the 2020-2029 long-range financial plan, and direct staff, the consulting engineer, to proceed with the design of green features in the alleys identified as A, G1N, and H1N on the project map, with the intention that MMSD Green Solutions funding be utilized to offset the cost of green feature construction.
Point of order. Okay. Before you second, I do have a clarification question. As Trustee Stokebrand had mentioned, the as outlined in the long-range financial plan may not be correct. Is that a fair statement, or should we strike that language? Ann?
If you have a higher comfort level with that, you certainly may.
So Trustee Menta, do you understand what I'm saying? That the long-range financial plan at the moment does not reflect what's in our packet?
I mean, there's a slight difference on the one thing. I mean, okay, I'll amend it to say I'll move approval of the outlined scope of work for the 2021 alley reconstruction project. Just take out as outlined in the long-range financial plan. So just take it those words out. Is that clear, Sarah?
That's better for me. Trustee Warren?
It is clear, thank you.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. And clerk, if you could just read off the names.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursting.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Yes. That is a 7-0 vote, so motion passes. Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll now move on to the next special order of business for B, consider a smoke-free beach policy. Rebecca.
Good evening. I know We have this listed on the agenda. It was brought back at the request of the village board. Included in your packet is a memo that also outlines the previous history with regards to this topic. We also have Director Ann Christensen with us this evening. So she is now on the call. Thank you so much for joining us, Ann. She has been with us as we've had discussions on this before.
And I think the packet outlines kind of the history of this. So with the sound being kind of poor, I'm not sure if you want me to go through all of the history. I know there's a couple new trustees, so I want to be cognizant of bringing them up to speed on some of these discussions. But again, recognizing sound is kind of poor quality here, so I don't want to make this painful experience.
Thank you, Director Ann. So for the two new trustees, would you like some background? Were you able to figure it out in the packet? How would you like to proceed?
Trustee Arthur.
Rebecca, this is Kathy Stokerbrand. My only question to Rebecca earlier today was about why we went from the parks, excluding the parks, not including them with the Atwater Beach, excluding the area around Hubbard Park Lodge and the River Club. And so that was my only question. I'm not sure Ann has anything to add to that, but otherwise I don't
need the background. Okay, Trustee Erzing.
I've read through the documents and been a part of some of those meetings, so I'm pretty up to speed with the background.
Okay, so does anybody on the board have any questions in regard to the memo that was provided for Ann?
Can I have a question. I mean, I should be up on this, and I'm not. Did we ban smoking in parks? We already did that, right?
No, the only thing that we did was about a year ago where we banned electronic cigarettes.
Yes. So we haven't done anything with smoking. Is that correct, Ann? Like just cigarettes?
Just e-cigarettes, and we didn't do anything with parkland or beaches.
So this is just for Atwater Beach, not for the parks, or is it for everything?
My understanding from the way it's worded is it's just the beach.
Why?
Yeah, why wouldn't we do the park? Why wouldn't we just do?
Right.
The request when it came.
Go ahead.
The request when it came back from the board was for specifically in reference to the beach.
Okay.
The board always has the latitude to decide the next steps.
So, but, okay, I'm the one that actually put that on the future agenda. I made that motion, and the intent was to have a smoke-free beach, correct? But at the time, I guess I didn't realize we didn't do anything with parks with cigarettes. I just assumed that we had. So if the board, so Trustee Menta, if you wanted to make an amended motion when that time comes, please feel free to. I would definitely second it.
I mean, I guess the only question about it is Russ Davis and the Hubbard Lodge and him saying he needs a smoking area for the events and things he holds there. But this is just saying this is what we want you to do and come back with an ordinance amendment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
for what though? I think we have to give direction on.
I'm just thinking. I mean, maybe we need to just go around and say what our feelings are on smoking in parks. The beach is one question, but I mean,
why don't we do both? So that's a great idea. So why don't I'll start with you, Trustee Menta. Could you address, each trustee, can you please address how you feel about, after reading the memo and the history, smoking on the beach as well, and then secondly, smoking in our parks? Trustee Menta.
Okay, I'm in favor of no smoking on the beach. The parks, I'm not quite sure. I think I'm in favor of not smoking in the parks, but I'm not sure at this point.
Okay. And do you have any follow-up questions to make you more sure or less sure?
Well, okay, nobody else does this, correct? There's no smoking. in county parks or something like that.
Not in Milwaukee County. There are smoke-free parks in other places in Wisconsin.
Thank you.
I mean,
Any
I'm not
further
sure
questions?
is smoking in parks that big of a problem. I mean, I can't, like Triangle Park. I don't know. I'm not sure if I've ever seen anyone smoking. I don't know. I don't want to be
Okay.
too restrictive, and I don't know that it's that. I mean, I know people smoke down at the beach, and I don't think I think that's a practice we should discourage. But for the rest of the parks, I guess I want to hear what other board members have to think about
Okay.
it. I'm kind of like not sure.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, someone else did not mute because there's a little feedback there. Or maybe several people. So I'm going to return to my original statement when we've discussed this, and I know that this motion failed, or all the motions failed, and so this has been brought back. I would say that I'm going to stay consistent with the fact that although, you know, it would be great to be the first municipality in the 72 counties and 600 plus municipalities across the state to have a smoke-free ordinance, if it were not restricting a variety of things. But I don't want to be the person that goes to the point of trying to make a statement that isn't really respectful of our community and our neighboring communities, in this case, Milwaukee, in that the racial disparity as well as the socioeconomic disparities that occur when we enact legislation that is punitive, and in this case, up to a $200 fine for a first offense, it does disproportionately affect those most economically or also those most disadvantaged in general. Okay. And I'm not trying to say that, you know, I'm not trying to paint this directly across racial lines here, but I'm just saying that a policy like this does have consequences. It's a great statement, true. But if we are going to go towards a smoke-free beach, in which I do think we should eventually, and I think we should take the necessary steps to mitigate any kind of additional racial and other kind of negative publicity that our village has received quite frequently, unfortunately, in the last 2 years. So what we can do to make this better for everyone, we should. Again, want to get to a smoke-free beach, but I think we have to take this again in steps, including if we are going to vote yes on this tonight, which I hope we do not, that we do take the measures to update the fine to, again, like the proposal that I had for decriminalization of marijuana and making the maximum fine $1. I think we should do something along the same lines in this case. So we're making the public statement, if this does get a yes, that yes, we want to promote public health in all the manners that we can, even though it's really not government's role to tell people what they can and cannot do if they're not hurting others. So we also, you know, so it'd be a great way for us to do that, but again, not all in one fell sweep, especially if you don't have a backup plan for how we are going to deal with the other aspects. Thank you. And to the rest of my
What about parks? I'm sorry. I know you addressed the beach. Trustee Bockhorst?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I just wanted to know if you had any opinion on parks.
I would say the same would apply with parks. I don't have enough, I haven't thought about this as much as the beach, because the beach has come up, you know, and it was in my committee for many times, or my subset of committees. I'm sorry, my committee is kind of a BS one. We all know it. But anyway, so yes, I would say the park discussion should come later, but so that's my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Warren.
Well, thank you. I mean, bottom line for me, I would support the motion in front of us tonight. I agree with some of Trustee Bockhorst's concerns, and I think those can be addressed during the drafting of the ordinance process. We want to watch being too punitive. You know, the enforcement, the fines, we want to make sure that those were reasonable or figure out exactly how we do that. As for parks, I mean, generally, I'm supportive of the concept. I think we need to think through areas that need to be exempted out, such as, you know, when you have restaurants that lease space, like at Harbor Park Lodge. I think you need to have a smoking area there, a River Club too. So, you know, in general, I'm supportive of that, but I think there's some nuance to work through. But certainly the motion in front of us tonight, I am supportive of. And then I'll be watching for when it comes back how we define how punitive it is and how we enforce it.
Thank you so much. Trustee Ursink.
Thank you. So I guess, you know, from my perspective, I'd be from a public health and environmental concern, I'd be 100% for the banning of smoking at the beach and in parks. My only question comes down to enforcement. I think it's, this is a tough thing to enforce when you've got a family, two families on the beach, somebody smoking, somebody calls the police, and by the time the police come down to the beach to give that person a ticket, that person's going to be done smoking. So, I really don't know how to enforce something like this, but I'd be 100% for it, and I spent a lot of time at River Park with Little League, and, the residents from all of those, those apartments are basically sitting in River Park smoking all day long. So, we're talking about, and they're all elderly seniors, so we're talking about potentially fining, a very large group of seniors that probably don't have the money to pay for those fines. I don't know how to enforce something like this, but again, I would be, 100% on board from purely an environmental standpoint of banning smoking in both the beach and the park. So if we can figure out a way to reasonably enforce it, I'm all for it. If this is taking away time from police actually dealing with really, much more, bigger crises, and instead of them dealing with a crisis, they're at the beach trying to figure out if somebody is smoking or not, I can't, that's not something it makes any sense to me. But again, I am all for banning. I'd be in support of this. I just would love to know how we enforce this properly.
Thank you so much. Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. So I would be in support of both parks and for the Atwater Beach banning of smoking. I think that smoking is a habit that does not only affect the smoker, it affects the people in the immediate vicinity. As somebody with a chronic lung condition, it's something that I really believe strongly is a problem for everyone around that individual. And I really think it is something that we should be taking a stand towards. I do have some questions regarding and some concerns regarding Hubbard Park and how we allow that particular space that is being out separately. But I think that that's something we could work through. And I do want to make sure that we are being equitable when we are enforcing this particular policy and this particular ordinance in the future. But I think as Shorewood is often looked at as a community that is in the forefront of a lot of progressive ideals. And there are a lot of states in the country that have already banned smoking in public, in beaches, at parkland. I also do think that their cigarette butts are, one of the biggest things that are littered and left on our beaches and left in our parks, and having that be, helping to eliminate that. And I also think that we're sending a message. The fewer places you can smoke, the more the message we're saying is that your health and the health of all of the residents and the air quality within our village is really very important. So it's something I would definitely be in support of.
Okay. Trustee Stokbrand.
I would support the recommended motion, and I would also support a ban in the parks. If we don't have the political will to do that tonight, I understand that. Regarding the parks, though, I would add the exception of the leased premise at Hubbard Park for the River Club and the Hubbard Park Lodge. But otherwise, I support the ban on smoking at the beach, and I would support it in the parks also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did I miss any other trustee? If not, I agree with most all of you on the board. I support 100% a ban on smoking in both the beach by far and also in our parks, including Hubbard Park. I have no doubts to either of those statements. Enforcement is a great question, and Trustee Bockhorst and I think it was Ursink and Warren had mentioned wall staff works through the ordinance, if you could give us some guidance and recommendations on enforcement and fines, that would be great when you bring it back to us. And even if the draft ordinance, has blanks, and yet you give us some advice, I'm sure we can fill those in at the meeting or at committee, whatever it goes to. And so with that, right now, the motion on the table, do we have a motion on the table? I can't remember, Trustee Menta. Did you make a motion?
I didn't. I'll make a motion regarding the beach. I'd like to do them separately. That asking staff to review village. What?
Just point of order for the attorney. I would like to address them both, and taking separately is perfectly fine. Is that okay, even though if we take them separately, it's not agendized for a resolution on the parks? If you put them together, it would be okay, but I don't know that it's separate if it's okay. Attorney
Yeah,
Barron?
not specifically, but the board is not actually taking any action to pass an ordinance or a resolution at this time, but directing staff to come back with additional options to be considered at a future meeting. It's not the same condition.
Okay, so we can do that. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Menta.
Yeah. I just want to say, thank you for everyone's comments, and I do appreciate hearing what everyone has to say. It helps me make up my mind. But I am definitely in favor of no smoking on the beach. Parks, I have to say, I just don't see that I have never seen anyone smoking in our parks. I guess I haven't seen people in River Park. I'm not there all that much. And I hate to put in ordinances about things that are not really that big of a problem, and then we have an ordinance that we're not enforcing or we have difficulty enforcing. So I personally am in favor of the beach, but I'm not quite there with the parks yet. But anyway, I'll move that we approve a smoke-free policy for Atwater Beach and ask village staff to return with a proposed ordinance, communication plan, and any other administrative actions.
Stoker-Brand will second.
Did you say fee as well in there with proposed
Well, just
fee?
and that would be in the ordinance, I assume. So yeah, just any follow-up that's necessary.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Is there further discussion?
President Rozek?
Yes.
It's Rebecca.
Trustee Stokeborg? Yeah.
This is Trustee Bockhorst.
Oh, okay. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion. I'd like to include that we revise, prior to instituting this policy, that we revise the fee schedule and the enforcement plan regarding this. And,
can I point of order?
In the absence of those two revisions, that this will not go into effect. So I'm not sure exactly how we would word that. Attorney Bear, can you help me out with that language? Thanks.
Point of order, Attorney Bear. I think, does the motion as it stands address, I believe it does, address that staff is going to come back with recommendations on fee schedule or any other necessary components that would implement banning smoking on the beach?
I think that's a fair point. In passing any ordinance or policy, part and parcel of that would be deciding what any forfeiture might be, and reviewing the appropriate fee schedule, because one doesn't exist right now. So, right, I mean that would be something that the board would have to look at as part of the whole the consideration of the policy.
All I'm asking is so that I understand what Trustee Bockhorst wants, and I agree with her that the fee schedule has to be implemented as well as part of it. But is the motion as it stands, does that need to be amended to do that?
You know what? I'll withdraw my motion. Someone else can make the motion.
You can't withdraw your motion. It's on the floor and it's been seconded, unless the entire board wants you to withdraw it. So should we go around the table and see if everybody is okay with withdrawing? Okay.
You could just ask if there's unanimous consent to allow the withdrawal.
Could you answer my question first, and then we can go around the table? Attorney Bear, Trustee Bachhorst's question as well as mine.
Right. That what I was saying is I was agreeing with you that as part and parcel of determining that, you're going to have to decide what the forfeiture is. Anyway, that would be part of it.
So it's part of the motion as it stands. Yes or no?
I guess. Well, I mean, it's technically not worded in it, but when you address that policy, you'll have to make that decision. Yes.
Okay. Does it need to be amended in order to do that?
I think that's more of a political decision than a legal one. Yeah, to me, it doesn't make any difference either way, because the board will have to address those issues as part of its future consideration either way, whether there's an amendment or not. But I don't want to tell somebody that their amendment is improper if they want different language. That's really a political decision. But from a legal perspective, I don't think it matters.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Bachhorst, just going back to you with the amendment, would you like to maintain your amendment?
Would I like to make a new one? Well, this one can still stand.
No, not new. Just whatever. Would you like to make an amendment?
You mean a different amendment to the one I already made?
Could you restate your amendment?
Let's see. To the best of my knowledge, I said that prior to adoption of any new policy on banning smoking on the beach, we revised and agreed to. Someone has their phone on still. It's really annoying. We revised and we revised the fee and fine schedule as a board. I don't need to say anything else.
Okay, so you want to add
that's the gist of it. I'm not really sure like how that in legalese. If Nathan, if you want to help with that, but that's my intent.
If the
Clerk,
point is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can you reread the motion as it stands? We will go around the table, make sure everyone's okay with keeping the motion or not keeping the motion, and then we will move on to say if it needs to be amended. Clerk.
Okay, so I'm rereading the original motion by Trustee Amenta, correct?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. To approve implementation of a smoke-free beach policy at Atwater Beach by ordinance amendment and direct staff to return with an implementation and communication plan regarding the policy.
It's not a policy, it's an ordinance.
Wait, is that the amended motion?
Nope, that is the first motion.
I would say the word ordinance if it's an ordinance. Correct. Okay, so with that, please let me know if you'd like to withdraw the motion by unanimous consent. Does everybody want to withdraw the motion? Say aye. Okay, so the motion stands. Now, Trustee Bachhorst, would you like to amend the motion?
Yes, I think I would like to amend the motion to include what I just said about 82 seconds ago.
Okay, so adding in fee schedule, correct?
I'll read the amendment that she made. So prior to adoption of any new ordinance, that a revised fee and fine schedule be presented to the board and approved.
Fee and fine schedule. Okay.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. Trustee Bachhorst again.
Okay, I will second that. So any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll go around the table and we will go ahead, clerk. You can handle this from here.
Okay, so we're going to take the amendment first. I have Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Sorry, yes.
Trustee Ursing.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye. Amendment passes 7-0. Now we will take a vote on the amended motion. Go ahead, clerk.
All right. Trustee Carpenter,
Wait. What? I'm sorry.
we're taking a vote on the motion as amended.
No, I know.
Do you want to reread it? You want to read it?
Yeah, but I thought Attorney Bear was trying to ask something.
Oh, sure.
That was going to be my suggestion, to reread the as amended motion so that everybody knows what they're voting on.
All right.
Excellent suggestion.
To approve implementation of a smoke-free beach ordinance on Atwater Beach, and to direct staff to return with implementation and communication plan regarding the ordinance. And prior to that, prior to the adoption of the ordinance, to have the village, to have the fine and fee schedule approved prior to the ordinance implementation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion by any trustee? Seeing none, go ahead and take the roll call vote.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes. Now I'd like to make a motion. So that motion carries 7-0. I'd like to make a motion for the exact same thing for the parks. Can you read it? It include the amended motion, but substitute beach with parks.
Sure. Hold on. To approve implementation of smoke-free parks ordinance and to direct staff to return prior to implementation with a communication plan regarding the ordinance. And prior to that, to have board approval on the revised fee and fine schedule for the parks.
I would just say simultaneously. I don't know if it has to be before, but whatever, we'll just keep it simple. All right, so that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Is that Trustee Ursink?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Trustee
I'd like to move to amend to add after the clause smoke-free parks, with the exception of leased premises such as Hubbard Park Lodge and River Club.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second. I'll second by Stokebrand.
Okay, Trustee Stokebrand, second. Any further discussion on the amendment?
This is Trustee Carpenter. Can I just ask, what is River Club?
It's a building that's adjacent to Hubbard Park Lodge. It's attached to the beer garden.
Yes.
The front of the beer garden.
Sorry.
So are you just excluding Hubbard Park? Is that what you're saying? Just Hubbard Park in general?
No, I'm excluding those two structures where there are events. I think we can make it specific to those.
But they're inside.
So not the park down below where they have the concerts and they have a lot of the public sort of events, but on the top where the beer garden is, there's a smoking section right outside Hubbard Park Lodge, and then in front of the other building when you walk through that tunnel. So there's two little designated.
Yep. If I was to, I would ask to amend to reword your amendment to be specific. But as of now, the amendment just says to exclude the two buildings.
President Rosick, I have just a comment regarding that area. If you're Trustee Warren, if you're seeking to exclude our leased operation to Hubbard Park, the leaseholder, it's specific to exclusion of the leased premise. Because both building areas and then the area in between the buildings that references the beer garden area would be included within that physical description within the lease arrangement. if that was the intent. Only a suggestion.
The leased property, the village leased property. Is that a correct statement?
I mean, I want it to be the leased premises. That's what I'm sorry, I'm cutting in and out, so I apologize if I'm cutting anyone off. Leased premises is what I meant. I would move to amend to exclude the leased premises.
My second would stand on that.
Oh, Trustee Stokbrand, I'm sorry. Okay, so we have, could you read the amendment, clerk?
Yep. I have with the exception of the leased premise of Hubbard Park and the River Club.
The leased premises, the village leased premises.
Should be Hubbard Park Lodge is the name of it, not Hubbard Park's the entire park. It's the leases to Hubbard Park Lodge.
Hubbard Park Lodge.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further
So it
discussion?
includes Hubbard Park Lodge and the River Club and the beer garden.
Nope,
But
it's all on Hubbard Park Lodge lease property.
Park, it would
The
include it
lease
all.
premises includes all of that.
Yep. Okay, everyone clear on that? All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursing.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Okay, President Rozak votes no. So amendment carries 6-1. So now can you read the amended motion?
All right, to approve implementation of smoke-free parks in the village of Shorewood by an ordinance amendment and to direct staff to return prior to implementation with a communication plan and a revised fee and fine schedule prior to ordinance implementation that excludes lease premise of Hubbard Park Lodge and the River Club.
Okay, any further discussion? I just have a question. Would that be the only space in the entire village, if we adopted this parks resolution, that would allow smoking outside on property that we own? Anyone?
I think the answer is yes. I'd have to review all of the applicable ordinances, but I think the answer would be yes.
Okay. Okay.
Would that include sidewalks? Would that include sidewalks?
No.
That's a good question. Are sidewalks in right away, or do we own them? We own them?
Well, yes. I don't think there's any specific prohibition anywhere in the existing code on that.
Okay.
So yeah, that would be an exception. I was thinking parks or other village-owned land.
Seeing none, we'll take a vote on the amended motion. Can you just read it back one more time, and I'll go around the table.
To approve implementation of smoke-free parks in the village of Shorewood by ordinance and prior to implementation, direct staff to return with a communication plan and a fine and fee schedule, revised fine and fee schedule prior to implementation of the ordinance that excludes, with the exception of lease premise at Hubbard Park and the River Club Lodge, or River Park Lodge and River Club, sorry.
Does it make sense to move that part forward? So write an ordinance, blah, 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 excluding these two things, and then before implementation, it just flows better, but.
I'll make it, it will sound much better after I don't have it scribbled all over a bunch of pieces of paper.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty. So we have a motion on the table. I'm going to go in a second. I'm going to go around the table. Trustee Ursing.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Yes, please.
Okay. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody? All right. President Rozek votes aye. Motion carries 6-1. Amended motion, I'm sorry, carries 6-1. All right. Thanks so much for that. That was interesting. We will move on to 4C. Consider Resolution 2020-12, extending the declaration of a public health emergency in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus. Can't pronounce it. Rebecca.
As you're aware, we passed a declaration for emergency of the coronavirus back on March 16th and identified that declaration to be in existence for 60 days unless otherwise extended. This resolution before you does extend the declaration indefinitely until there is greater identification when we see that period coming to a close. It's proposed that at the time that it is no longer needed, then the board would withdraw the declaration.
Sorry, my mute didn't work. Okay, so does anyone have any discussion points or questions?
I have a question. I know this relates to federal disaster and being able to get disaster funding and qualifying for that. Are there any other practical implications of continuing the emergency?
Director Christensen, I'm not sure if you'd like to also speak to that, but it does provide some authority to defer to the health department for advisement during times of the declaration. I don't know if you want to provide any further comment.
Yeah, I actually don't have further comment on it other than my understanding would be related to funds and potentially administrative powers, but I think that that's also in 252, the chapter designating local health authorities to respond to communicable disease outbreaks. So in this case, I think it has more to do with funding.
Okay, any further questions? All right, hearing none, we'll go around the table and take a vote. Trustee Warren?
There's no motion yet.
There's no motion. I can make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2020-12, extending the declaration of a public health emergency in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So
Okay,
basically,
we'll go around the table.
I have a question.
Yeah?
This is just basically to make it easier than going back and extending it. There's no, because there's no end in sight, it gives us flexibility. Is there any downside to doing this potentially?
Well, can I answer that? So the ICC is the group of execs of the Milwaukee County, so all of the municipalities, the Milwaukee County and the public health officials. And then we have a combined emergency management team, I don't remember the official name, that we all utilize. And so we meet on the phone 3 times a week, sometimes special sessions on the weekends. And they are weighing the options of, there's a Supreme Court case out there that should be settled soon. There is the state that we don't know what's going on. And then there are municipalities that want to make sure that we do similar things, like that we're being consistent with each other. If for any reason the Supreme Court case, dissolves the state order. And so with that, we don't have a date, but we know things are changing. And so I think what the village manager, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, has put forth is we have no idea if it's tomorrow or in a week. We're preparing internally, administratively, but we just can't give you an end date. So it's easier to just wait until we have clarity and then ask the board to either dissolve it or implement, further implement it or what do you call that when you add to it? So we just have no idea. We know things are changing.
Okay, thank you. So there's no real downside to doing this. It's just to allow flexibility for administrative purposes and funding.
I think so, Rebecca.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? You're welcome. Okay, so any further questions? Trustee Warren. We have a motion. I'm just going to go around the table.
Yes, sorry, I had to come off mute. Yes.
Trustee Bockhorst. Trustee Bockhorst? Yes. Did you say aye? Okay. Trustee Mento.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Did I miss one?
Carpenter.
Okay. Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
And I'm an aye as well. So the vote is 7-0. And we can move on to the next item. The next item is the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion. If in the judgment of any village board member, a consent agenda item needs discussion, the item can be placed in the items removed from the consent agenda. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Warren, seconded by President Rozak. Do we need to clerk, Sarah, I can't remember. We pull items first or we vote?
No, we pull.
You pull first, so if there's anybody that wants to pull.
This is Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes, Trustee Bockhorst.
I'd like to pull items B and C. I believe that's what it is. I'm looking, my
minutes and board, committee, and commission appointments. Those are the two.
Correct.
Okay. Any further? Does anyone want to pull A? Okay, seeing none, then can we motion to approve the consent agenda, Trustee Warren, with the pulling of items B and C? And that's my second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So we'll now take up each pulled item. 5B, consider village board minutes, April 20th, 2020. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the item I wanted to ask that we add, because this was a pretty lengthy discussion, and I know in the past we said we were going to try to list in the minutes the amount of time that was spent on something. I do feel that, during a pandemic and at the time during the still yet finalization of the electoral results, that it's kind of important that we allow the public, that we're very transparent and communicative. Someone has their phone not unmuted, and it's really, really annoying. Can you please check it, please, guys? Thank you. So I do feel that it's important to understand what our elected officials are doing and to accurately represent that in our minutes. And I do see that, there is a lot given to this. And if I go with the sentiment of several members of the board, that these should be more detailed than not, which I don't agree with. But if we are going to open that can of worms, I think we should be consistent. So again, forgive me because I'm trying to refine this area. But what I would like to say is twofold. I would like us to list the amount of time that it took in the discussion. I know that when we had this minutes discussion a year ago, when our minutes were amended by a couple of the trustees when I was not present, and to put in information that I may or may not have said, given we did not have a video, that we carry that kind of sentiment forward. So if we're going to, let's be consistent, transparent. Additionally, I feel that
ask point of order. It is not motion to discuss what we should and should not have minutes. If you haven't, that is a future agenda item already listed. But if you would like to amend the current minutes, please feel free to do so.
Oh yeah, thank you for So again, this is Trustee Bockhorst. So what I would like to do is I would like to amend the current minutes to include the amount of time that was spent on the discussion, and also that It was, I think that's basically, no, I believe that's basically what I'm asking for in this regard.
So to amend the minutes to, you'd like to amend the minutes to include the time spent discussing each item.
This agenda item. Sorry, I meant holistically, like the minutes discussion.
So not the items in the minutes, but actually how much time we took to discuss minutes.
Well, actually, I would love, I'm glad you asked for that clarification, because what really would make sense is that how much time we spent discussing this minutes item, which not the entire minutes. No, you're right. Thank you for asking that. So the amount of time that we spent on this minutes item, and again, I'm not sure how you would word that, so I would leave that up to our pros.
And clerk, what item is that?
So my understanding is you're amending it for when the minutes were pulled from the last time, how long that discussion was, correct?
That is exactly what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Okay.
And so what item would that be, so we can accurately reflect that?
Hold on. Let me, it was item 5C.
Okay. All right.
In the minutes.
Okay.
Under 6, under items removed. So it would have been 5C under items removed.
Okay, so the time that it spent on item 5C. Thank you. Do we have a second?
5C or B?
In the last one, it was 5C. Consider village board minutes of March 2nd.
Okay.
Just for clarification, do you have a time you want it to reflect, or are you asking the clerk to go back and rewatch it and then enter the time?
However it needs to be done.
I think she's asking the clerk to watch and to record. I don't believe we have the time today. Is that correct, Trustee Backhorst?
I'm sorry, what's that?
So we don't have a time. You don't have a time today, like an exact amount in the minutes. You want the clerk to go back.
Yeah, I would like the clerk or whoever the clerk designates to just check the amount of time spent on that item.
Okay, thank you. Does that satisfy you, Attorney Bear?
He said yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I can't hear very well. All right, do we have a second?
So in the interest of consistency, I always say that I'll second, when somebody wants to add things to the minutes since we're detailed, I'm generally going to be okay with it, so I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to add the time that we're spending tonight talking about it also. If we're going to add the time that we spent talking about it the second time, because it was such a waste of time, why are we wasting more time tonight talking about it a third time?
Are you making an amendment?
That's exactly what I was saying. We're wasting time on things that we don't need to waste time. So yeah, we could waste more time on asking if we're wasting time. Sure, let's do it.
Okay.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Please stop. Please stop until it's all done. Trustee Amenta, would you like to make an amendment to Trustee Backhorst's motion?
No, because I'm going to vote no, because it's ridiculous. But I'm just pointing out, if we're going to count the time we talked about it last meeting, we need to count the time we're talking about it again.
Okay, but you're not making an amendment, so the motion stands. And Trustee Backhorst, did you have something to say? And then we will go around the table and take a vote unless any other trustee has discussion items.
Oh, thank you. Yes, again, this is Trustee Backhorst, and I really appreciate those of you who are helping us be more transparent with our public in our public dollars, and especially during the pandemic. And again, during the most, I don't know how to even say this, but the election cycle that we just had, and how we were not even so the disruption that occurred in our electoral process. So I appreciate everyone voting yes tonight.
Thank you so much. Does any other trustee have comments or questions on this item? If not, we will go around the table. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
No.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Stokebrand.
No.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
And did I miss any trustee?
Trustee Bachhorst, yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, and then Trustee Bachhorst is a yes, and President Rozak is a no. What is the final count?
It is 3 to 4. So 3 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, so motion fails. I would like on this item just to thank the clerk. I had talked to Rebecca today and asked who had written the minutes. They were very detailed. It was a little bit of a departure, and when we have that discussion, I just wanted to note that this is exactly the type of minutes that I will be voting for. So with that,
President Rozak?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Trustee Bachhorst.
Okay.
I'd like to make a new amendment then.
You mean a new motion?
No, I'd like amendment because we have a motion.
The motion failed, so it would be a new motion.
It's a new motion.
Oh, this is a completely new motion in that case.
Yes.
So if the motion failed, what are our options? I'll just do a point of order on that one.
Attorney Barry?
Well, you're still considering, you still have before you the minutes from the last meeting. So you still have to take action on the minutes one way or another.
Yep, you can approve them or you can amend them, but you can't have the same amendment. So, Trustee Bachhorst, would you like to make
what you're saying?
Go,
I'd like to defer these minutes to the next board meeting, especially considering two of the vote. I believe that 2 of the members of the board who are new members probably should have abstained anyway. But apart from that, I'd like to defer the approval of the minutes until the next board meeting.
Okay, but one clarification point, just so the new trustees understand, from Attorney Bear, if you're not at a meeting, do you have to abstain from voting on the minutes?
Well, I mean, no, I don't think so, because we currently have a video of the proceedings, and they may also have attended. And if they feel that they're in a position to make a reasonable determination as to whether the minutes accurately reflect the actions of the body, I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Seeing none, motion fails. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the minutes of the village board of April 20th, 2020.
I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
This is Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
I agree with Wesley. I think details are great. I just went back to watch the video just so I could see what Joanne actually said, and this doesn't necessarily accurately reflect what she said on tape. She didn't say she represents the school board. She said she's speaking on behalf of another intergovernmental body that should be recognized. And she said, I wanted to speak on behalf of Paul in support of what he's advocating. And as a former school board member, I'd like to speak on behalf of another intergovernmental body. So, I mean, that's what he says. That's what she says in the tape. So if we want to be accurate, we probably should go back to the tape and accurately put in there what she actually said.
That was the amendment I made last meeting. Yes, the amendment I made at the last meeting, because the original minutes said that she was representing the school board. And I went back and watched the tape, and she said she was speaking on behalf of the school board. And that was the amendment that I watched the tape.
Wait.
You know, I watched the tape too. We have so many more items to get to. It is 10 after 9. We've already spent probably a half hour or 45 minutes discussing these minutes. Like, let's just put them to bed and move on.
It's not accurate, but I mean, I just watched it 10 minutes ago, and she doesn't say that she's representing.
Trustee Ursink, would you like to speak? Yes, Trustee Ursink.
I'm just saying, I just watched the tape, and she doesn't say she's actually representing the school board. That does not come out of her mouth. She said she's
exactly, which is why
we understand that. No, stop, Trustee Menta. Trustee Ursink, will you make a motion or amend the motion on the table to accurately reflect the language? And yes, Trustee Menta, I understand that you tried that last time, but if Trustee Ursink would like to make a motion to put in different language, he is certainly welcome to amend the motion on the table.
So the motion would be, I'd like to proceed with these minutes, including the actual language within the recording of this past May 2nd meeting, March 2nd meeting.
So you're amending the motion to say, you're amending the motion to read the motion, clerk, because I'm not helping.
I kind of agree that we should just move forward. So I don't even really want to be talking about this. I just, you know, for transparency, I think it should accurately reflect what she says. And this, she does not say she represents the school board. That's not what she says in the tape. So I'd hate to have that in this document, but that's not what she says.
So,
I mean, literally, watch the tape.
Okay. Thank you. I know. We understand. We had this conversation. Sarah? So last time we spoke about this at the last meeting, that was brought up by Trustee Amenta. Did the vote not carry?
The vote did carry. My question is, if we're going into amend the minutes from the last meeting, that was amending the minutes from the prior meeting. So it gets super complicated then, because am I amending those minutes or am I just amending these minutes?
Either way, I'm just asking a question. So the motion carried to accurately reflect the language. Did you go back and quote the language that was on the video? And if not, that is what Trustee Ursink is amending the motion to do.
I quoted the language so I went back in the last video, the April 20th, and quoted what was in there. I did not go back to the March 2nd video and listen to what was on there.
Okay, so Trustee Amenta, since you made the motion, can we withdraw our motion if there's by unanimous consent? And can we make a motion to direct the clerk to go back and accurately reflect the language? Trustee
Well,
Amenta,
was my motion to approve the minutes seconded?
Okay.
It was.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to withdraw. Let's just vote on my motion, and if it doesn't pass, then we can, spend even more time on this.
Well, okay, but Trustee Ursink, would you like to make an amendment?
I really would, but I actually don't want to put this work on Sarah. So I don't know what this all means. It doesn't reflect what Joanne actually says. Ms. Leipozovic.
Okay. Can you read what she actually said, since you've already watched the video, and then you can amend it to say what
she says. I want to speak on behalf of Paul in support of what he is advocating, and as a former school board member, I'd like to speak on behalf of another intergovernmental body.
Perfect. Stop right there. So Trustee Ursink would like to amend the motion to say whatever the thing is, she's speaking on behalf of the school board. Is that correct?
This is Trustee Bachus. I don't think he amended anything. He was just reciting what was said.
I'm helping him make his amendment. He's a new trustee.
I don't think he wants to make an amendment.
Like I'd rather. I don't think it's necessary, but I do think that the correct language, if we're going to go through all these, if we're going to go through.
You need to make an amendment, Trustee Ursink.
I'm going to amend his amendment unless you recognize me. This is Trustee Bachus.
I'm asking Trustee Ursink if he'd like to make an amendment, and then I will recognize you, and then we will go around the table one more time, and then we will vote on the motion if there's no amendment.
I'd like to amend for this. I'd like to amend the minutes to reflect Joanne's actual comment. I want to speak on behalf of Paul, et cetera, et cetera.
Not the whole thing, just whatever's there. You're amending the motion to say speaking on behalf of the school board rather than speaking whatever.
Speaking on behalf of Paul in support of what he's advocating, as a former school board member, I'd like to speak on behalf of an intergovernmental body.
Okay, so you want the whole thing in there. Okay, that is the amendment.
Can I make a point that the minutes that he's referencing are not the minutes that are the point in that are being discussed. The minutes that are being discussed are when she told us that we should be ashamed of ourselves. It wasn't when she was talking about the psychologist who wanted to set up a table. So she came up twice and and spoke. So I don't think what Trustee Ursink is referencing is, excuse me, I have the floor. I don't think what he's referencing is even the correct part of the minutes.
Okay, Trustee Bachus?
Yeah, so So we do not have an amendment to the motion, it sounds like. And the other thing that I was going to say is,
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to amend it right now.
No, that's not proper procedure. I apologize to Trustee Ursink. He made a motion for an amendment. I forgot to ask if there was a second. Is there a second?
I don't think point of parliamentary procedure. I don't think that if there is no continuation, does that discount the original motion? Is that equivalent to a failure? So I'd like to.
I'm going to withdraw my amendment just for the sake of moving on. I'm going to withdraw my amendment. I'm sure Ms. Lepozovic would be happy to say she represents the school board, and I'll just move on. So I'll withdraw.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Wait, excuse me. Who made the second? Oh, there was a second. Okay, Trustee Bachhorst, and then we're going to go around the table and vote on the minutes. Trustee Bachhorst.
Okay, so what I would like to do then is I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to include that at future board meetings, we determine whether or not we're going to have the clerk revise the minutes based on the procedure, or if we're going to use one of our board members, which I would strongly just ever vote yes for. I would never do that. To give us the accurate, quote unquote, accurate, and no offense to you, Trustee Ursink, I'm just saying I wouldn't want this to apply to any board members, interpretation of anything as true. So what I am.
Okay, point of order, that I agree with you, and that will be part of the larger discussion.
All right, whatever. That's not a point of order that you just interrupted me to give your point. So I will continue. So basically, I'm asking for an amendment that we determine at a future board meeting how we are going to amend these minutes.
Do we have a second? No second, the motion fails. The amendment will fail. So now we go back to the original motion. Clerk, please read it, and then we will take a roll call vote. Sarah? The motion was to approve the minutes. Okay? Anyone? We're going to go around the table. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
I'm sorry. I think the clerk needs to read off the names, not the chair.
Is that true, Attorney Bear?
As long as it's properly reflected in the record, I'll leave that to your discretion.
Thank you so much. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Sorry. Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Just as a point of clarification, though, I didn't know if the attorney mentioned that leave it up to your discretion as a board or yours as the chair of the board, but no.
Okay, so you can vote and then ask that question. What's your vote?
I said no.
Okay. Attorney Bear, can you clarify for Trustee Bachhorst for future reference?
Yeah, well, pursuant to Chapter 155 of the Village Code, the village president essentially runs the meetings. As long as it's properly reflected in the minutes and it's properly taken down, I think it doesn't make any difference.
Thank you, Attorney Bear. Okay, we will now move on to the next item from the consent agenda that was.
We didn't finish the voting on that last one.
Aye. The motion carries 6-1. Got that, clerk?
Yes.
Sarah, are you on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I got it.
All right, so now we'll move to 5C. Consider board, committee, and commission appointments. Before I call on a trustee, I would like to just say that thank you to the clerk for putting the chart together. Trustee Carpenter and I met with the clerk, as the memo says, at least twice. Grover, who was in need of reappointment or term has expired based on the standards we've used. Unfortunately for this year, everything has fallen behind. We have tried to reach out many times to applicants, but we are getting a lot of declines because of the virus, and nobody understands, the committees aren't meeting. It's a time of, as everyone knows, it's a different time. So what we did tonight was put together those reappointments that were confirmed by the chair of the committee are in good standing. Also, if we did get a confirmation for a new appointment, it will be on your sheet in front of you. The one confusing part that I want to clarify is that an NA, and clerk, please help me out here, but there are not reappointments, but there are new appointments, like open seats that have people that need to be replaced based on term limits that we have not identified to date. So they will sit in their seat until we identify, which will probably be the next meeting or the following meeting, a new appointment for the board to vote on. I just wanted to let you know. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
So if you have any questions on that, the clerk can help you. Other than that, what's before you is what we know for sure, appointments that are in good standing for reappointments, and anybody that has accepted in an open seat or a seat that has turned out. So with that, Trustee Bockhorst, I think you pulled the item.
I did. So yeah, thank you for that clarification. So given like you said before that these are uncharted territories as far as these times are concerned, I would like a little bit more time to review and allow other applicants, and I understand that they are confirmed by the chairs, but also it is a different time, and I think that we do need to give a little bit more time for something that's important, especially given that, just to be very a little gloom right now, but that we don't know how many people will be affected by this. So I would love to. What's that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So they're all reappointments that are in good standing with the chair, and then I think there's 2 new appointments. Are those the 2 that you're objecting to?
No, what I'm objecting to is just right now, as far as the reappointments, by us not taking any action tonight, they would still remain in those committees. And just
do you have
the fact that I do, and you keep interrupting me because so what I am objecting to is, I guess what I'm asking is that we allow more time for new applicants, because I know there are many members of on the board that really like to allow others to, and I'm discussing, so I have the floor right now. Thank you. You can ask me a follow-up question afterwards when it is your turn to speak. But so right now what I would like us to do is I would like to defer this item as well, just given, like I said before, we are in such uncertain times. We want to allow people to not only apply, but we also really don't know what, and again, to be gloom, what the mortality rate in our own municipality is going to be. So I think for those reasons, we should allow this discussion at a later date. They will still be on the board there if they're up for reappointment, and then the new ones can come on, if and when we have more time to discuss this. That's it.
Thank you, Chair Bockhorst. And just to respond, nothing's going to change with the reappointments from now till eternity until we vote. So there's no change there.
Exactly. That's why we don't have to vote on it right now.
So if there's an objection to the new appointments, that would, I think that's what more time would allow.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we allow some more time, just given the uncertainty of things. Okay. Again, like you said, President Rose,
all right, make a motion, please.
I'd like to move that we defer this item, given our state of emergency and what we just voted on early in this meeting, to allow more time for certain things that aren't as pressing. And this is not one of the pressing items. So I do think that we do need some time in order to allow the population to sort out their lives and to also, mitigate some of the adverse changes that have happened. So I'd like to defer this item.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer this item for more time. Do we have a second? Seeing none, motion fails. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move.
Or any other motion?
Stokebrand moves.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the motion?
Yes, please.
I move to approve the slated 2020 appointments and reappointments as provided for Board of Appeals, Board of Review, Conservation Committee, Library Board, Police Commission, and Human Relations Commission submitted by the village president.
Second.
Do we have a second? And that was Trustee Carpenter?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go around the table. Trustee Ward.
I had a question. I mean, this process is kind of truncated compared to what we had done last year, where JP&L reviewed applications. And so I guess my question is, I don't know who all the people are who applied for all these positions. And I've been asking for several years if people have not attended a meeting of a committee that they are interested in, that, I think that's kind of a prerequisite. Chuck, and it's Chuck Hagner, not Chuck Hanger. He's, a well-known environmentalist, and I'm sure he understands the mission of the Conservation Commission. Ms. Van Horn, I was impressed with her resume, but I would feel more comfortable if she had had a chance to actually attend the HRC and have a chance to ask questions. And so anyway, there's steps that we had done in prior years. We had talked about having people attend the committees. We're sort of not doing any of that, and it is a time when none of the committees are meeting. So I guess I would like a little more information on why we are, what is the rush and the urgency about this.
Good question. Thank you, Trustee Manta. So when the clerk and I and Trustee Carpenter had met, we felt the same way. Is there a rush? Do we need to make appointments to every single committee that the village president has the right to do, except for Human Relations, which is a board nominated commission, and I realized that after we submitted. So when we sat down, all three of us agree with you. There was no rush. But for reappointments, it was simple. It was just we have a policy or at least a precedent of if they're in good standing with the chair and they haven't met their term limit, which is 2 terms or 2.5 if they had a partial term, then we would reappoint them. As the president, I don't have discretion, and that's just the way that we've been doing for 3 years. So that was very simple for us, and that's what we brought forward. There were 3 applicants that I don't have them in front of me that were outstanding. The Human Relations Commission, we felt was in need from our staff liaison, Tyler, that policy was very important, and we needed someone with some policy background. This lady had applied, and if you look at her resume, it meets every criteria I can think of that our staff liaison has expressed. So we put it forward. You definitely have the right to deny it, and then we can go back to the drawing board and find someone else. Chuck has been to a police commission meeting, and so that we felt he was a great candidate. He adds diversity to the police commission of 5. Put that one forward. And there was one more. You said Chuck Haggard. Oh yes, and it was for, I can't remember the committee. Can you please remind me?
He's on conservation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and so, anyways, if you object to any of them, that was the process used. JP&L is not meeting right now, so if there's any applications that we feel in the future, in the next 2 meetings, that we need help with, I need help with as the village president, you remember that memo, I will send it to JP&L, but at this point it would go to committee of the whole. So, and we just didn't feel we wanted to waste committee of the whole time because we have so much else on the agenda.
I'm sorry, was that directed at anyone in specific?
Oh no, I was answering Trustee's question. And that's it. Trustee Mann, did you have any follow-up?
I mean, I'm certainly in favor of the reappointments. I think that's totally non-controversial. I just feel it is important for. So did you talk to the committee chairs? So have you talked to the HRC chair and the conservation chair?
Sarah. That. So I don't specifically. They always talk to staff liaison.
The chairs have not been informed.
Yeah, I'll amend the motion to approve the list of reappointments. I mean, and maybe we can consider the. So my amendment is to approve the people listed under the reappointment column.
Wait, can I make one suggestion? Okay, and do you have any specific objections to the police commission appointment?
I guess I feel for the 3 new appointments.
Because basically you're denying, right? Is this, Attorney Bear, is the amendment denying the recommendations where I would have to make a new one?
Can we read that back
No,
one more
just
time?
not taking action on them.
Can we read it back? The
Yep.
amendment specifically?
The
I was
amendment
taking-
was to approve the list of the reappointment column. So anybody up for reappointment?
Okay. And President Rosa, can you repeat your question then?
My question is, if I put an appointment up before the board for confirmation and they don't confirm, what happens? Do we have to nominate a different person?
Well, that's up to you. There's a couple things that happen. The existing individual continues to serve until replaced.
Right. I got that.
And you know, you could allow that to take place, or you could nominate somebody else.
But you cannot nominate the same person. Is that correct? Like I cannot renominate next meeting Chuck Carlson for Police Commission.
Right. That would already have been rejected.
Would have been denied. Okay. So Trustee Menta, do you have any specific objection to the new appointment? And if so, that's
you're
fine.
saying, you're saying if we fail to take action tonight, that on the new people, that these 3 people cannot be nominated at a future meeting.
Attorney Bear?
Well, I thought that the motion was to not take action on the new appointments at all, and to essentially, if you will, defer a decision on those vacancies, but only move forward on the reappointment of existing members of committees and boards. Is that my understanding of what you wanted to accomplish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
That was how I took the motion as well. That we would
Yeah, so
defer it.
It wouldn't knock out the new people because we're not really taking any action on them tonight at all.
Okay.
That is how I understood it as well.
Okay, and Trustee Menta, thank you so much for that clarification. What specifically would you like us to do with those individuals? Have them attend me? I mean, I want to make sure when we bring them forward at the next meeting, if your amendment passes.
Point of procedure. This is Trustee Backhorst. I don't think that is a valid. I don't think that you should be asking questions. This isn't like a jury. And also future things, we can put that on items of future consideration. I think at this point we continue on.
He's deferring for a reason, and I did not call upon you. But Trustee Menta, what would you?
What's point of parliamentary procedure, by the way?
I'm asking for clarification on your amendment on if we defer and it passes, what specifically should we do so that we don't do this again?
Well, I mean, I'm most concerned with the appointment to the Human Relations Commission. I mean, we do have a requirement that 4 out of the 7, including well, no, it must be 5 out of the 9. We changed it. So we have 7 appointments and 2 student members, and 5 out of those 9 need to, represent some underrepresented group, I think is the way it's phrased. So
did you guys just check that out? I'm just asking okay, you have a motion, an amendment. Can you read it back so someone can second it?
Yep, it is to approve the list of the reappointments in the reappointment column. So just the reappointments.
And defer action on the new appointments. I think it needs to say that, right, Attorney Bear?
I don't think it matters because it has the same effect as deferring the remaining matter. Whether it's explicitly says so or not, it has the same effect.
Well, I mean, someone can make a second motion to approve those 3. I mean, I just am separating it. If someone wants to make a motion to approve the new appointments, we can.
Okay, but your motion is just to defer, or just to approve the reappointments. Okay, sounds good. Do we have a second? If no second, the motion fails. Is there any other motion?
This is Trustee Backhorst.
Trustee Backhorst, yes.
Yeah, someone needs to mute their background.
Yeah, there are people who have who are calling in who are not muting, and the sound is getting really hard to hear. So everyone who's listening to the meeting needs to mute.
Thank you, Trustee Amanda. I also, in a point of clarification prior to making my motion, I just wanted to know, I know that with the Zoom, are you able to, is the person in charge of the Zoom able to mute everyone?
I'm on the phone. I can't do anything.
Okay. Oh, you're on your phone? So I don't know if Rebecca is the one that is the keeper of the keys in this.
It's whoever's caller 11. I don't know who that is. Whoever's caller 11.
Oh, is that the person with the interference in the background?
Yeah, someone is having a conversation while on the phone, and it's
Are we able
interfering.
to, is Rebecca able to just mute that person? I know sometimes the person who is running the meeting, when I mean not running like chairing, but I mean, you know, administratively.
Yeah. Well, it fixed itself.
Oh, all right. Okay. So anyway, it's a little, oh, no, that's really obnoxious.
Yeah, this is awful.
Is there a way for us to restart this meeting? I'm only saying this because I can't even hear myself right now, and it's coughing us. I can hear everyone.
They trying to restart the meeting. Huh? They're trying to restart that meeting. I don't know. Yes, Rebecca?
I'm just going through a process now of muting everybody.
President Rosa, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, okay, because for some reason my screen just went blank, and the button to turn it back on is inoperative. So I just wanted to make sure I was still that you could still hear me.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I can hear you. Okay, I think, is anyone else getting feedback right this minute? Because I'm not. Hello?
I'm not hearing any feedback.
Okay, so now the motion failed. Would anyone else like to discuss the matter or make a motion on the board and committee reappointments and appointments?
I believe I made a motion and it was seconded and the amendment failed. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, can you please reread the motion and then we will take a vote.
Yep, hold on one second. It is and reappointment as provided for Board of Appeals, Board of Review, Conservation Committee, Library Board, Police Commission, and Human Relations Commissions.
I lost you, Sarah. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Did everyone hear the motion? All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Okay.
Better. Does anyone need the motion restated? All right, we're gonna go around the table. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Backhorst. Do we lose her? Trustee Backhorst. Are you there, Trustee Backhorst? Can anyone, does anyone know?
She's gone.
It shows that she just left the meeting.
Okay, my vote is aye. And one, what do we say about Trustee Backhorst? Advice? Any advice? Attorney Bear? How do we move on? Can you hear me? Rebecca?
I can hear you. I'm not sure, Nathan, can you click your, you're on mute.
Okay. If anyone has the answer, can we move on? How do you record her?
We would just note that she left the meeting and we identify when she came back.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So we can move on to the next. The vote was.
Sorry, this is Trustee So
Oh, okay,
I would
go
have
ahead.
voted yes. I'm so sorry. I was going to vote yes on that. Oh, no, I voted no. I voted no. Forgive me.
Okay, thank you. So the vote is 5-2, motion passes. Next item on our agenda is items, well, we did that one. Do we need to do anything else on the consent agenda, clerk? No, correct? I believe the next item is a public hearing, and today we have none. So we're on to item 8, which is citizens to be heard. This item is for matters not on the agenda. This discussion may follow. Comments on non-agenda or agenda items or discussion and act may come at a future meeting. Is there any citizen to be heard on the phone? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 9, new business, first quarter financial report. There was a memo in our packet along with the report. I don't know that we have to go over the whole thing. Is there anything that Rebecca or Mark would like to say at this point in time? Becky?
I don't have anything specifically. Mark, do you want to note anything from the first quarter report?
Okay, if not, then I will open it up to the board for questions. I have some, but I will save mine to the end. Does anybody have any questions? Just identify yourself.
It's Trustee Carpenter. I have a question regarding the absentee ballots and mailings, the additional costs for that. Maybe Rebecca, you might know. I don't know if there's any additional funding for the next 2 elections this year to help offset some of those costs. Sorry, I'm trying to get to where that's discussed in the packet. But Rebecca, do you have any knowledge of that?
There's none that's been specifically identified at this point, but there's been discussions about potential, but nothing that's been firmly committed.
Are they qualified costs for federal reimbursement, for the emergency reimbursement aid?
Not that we're seeing this.
They don't qualify. They're not qualifying costs.
Not that we're seeing at this time, no.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Carpenter, anything else?
Yeah, and then I just had one other question, and maybe I just missed it. Is there, sorry, is there like a roll up in total of, or is it just line by line what our budgetary concerns are in relation to COVID? There was, the crossing guards were included twice. And so I just wasn't sure if there was an overall sort of bigger picture number or what.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Mark, we can hear you.
All right, because I'm having an extremely challenging time hearing anybody on the meeting at this point. But again, the first quarter budget report does not have roll-up impacts, but the next item on the agenda does. Perhaps that'll answer your question. I'm just not real clear of how I can provide additional information. Again, I'm just hearing about 2 out of 3 words of your request, so I apologize for that.
So I think the question, Trustee Carpenter, are you asking? I have a question about crossing guards. It's 7 times the amount of 2018. Is that what you're pointing out, or are you pointing out something different?
No, at the end of the report, there was sort of like a summary of some of the outlying issues. So, crossing guards was, just an example, but that was mentioned a couple times. So I just wasn't sure if there was a total roll up of the budgetary concerns relating to coronavirus. I know there's the fiscal impact, but I just wasn't sure if there was somewhere else that I should be looking at that.
So, Mark, can you hear us?
I can. And again,
Okay.
I'm on the first quarter financial report. I
Right,
do
no,
have,
she's not asking that. She's not asking
I
that.
do
So
have
what
a,
she's- Can I finish for 1 second? The question is, you noted a lot of things, a lot of costs that were higher due to or lower due to the coronavirus, in your opinion, in staff's opinion. Is this the only place that you have that shows the costs that you think are due to the coronavirus in a total?
I don't believe I've noted anything in particular in the first quarter financial report other than the reference on the cover page that says that there will be a COVID fiscal impact presentation as a separate report, which is the next agenda item.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter. So this agenda item is just the financial report, but the next agenda item, I think, is where your question lies.
Yeah, okay. Yep, that helps. Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Any other trustees that have questions on the financial report for the first quarter? Okay, I do, but I want to make sure nobody else has any questions. Okay. Mark, so I just have a few. One is, you note that planning, I see all the permits are down in planning, but we have this CDA money that came in. Isn't that pass-through money? Because they're going to show the exact expense for it going out to the consultant.
What page are you referring to, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have my pages. I just have my notes. So if you go to planning.
One moment. All right.
And there's there's money from the CDA for our study.
Are you in the capital budget or?
The answer is yes. So when they give us money for a study, isn't that just going right back out as an expense to a consultant?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the right line item to respond. I'm not.
It's okay. You can get back to me.
Budget.
It's okay. You can get back to me. My question is, so I don't waste the rest of the board's time. There is money that has equaled out the planning. There's permits and stuff, but planning is down. And it looked like the CDA payment for a study was helping equalize the planning department's revenue. But I was just asking, isn't there a corresponding expenditure? So if you take it away, planning is pretty much down in funding. But please,
okay,
you can get back to me.
I understand your question. Those transactions are not reflected in the department budget. Those would be in the capital budget.
Okay. Well, whatever I read, that I saw it. Okay. And my main concern is the Duncan fees. So, and then understanding on-street parking fines versus, parking. So there's one on-street parking fine, which is $7,500 down a month. And then there's on-street parking, which is down $70,000 a month, or for 2 months, I'm sorry. So it's $7,500 a month for on-street parking fines and $35,000 a month for on-street parking. What is the difference?
Well, could we address that when we move to the next agenda item?
It's not in the financial report?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay, yes, we can. All right. So, and either is the engineering costs. It's in the next item.
Again, without page reference to, I'll try to process through that the best I can.
Okay.
And we can talk about that in the next item, I think.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else have any questions? I'm just going to save mine.
Yeah, I actually did have a question. It's on the Shorewood Today budget. And I don't know what page that's on. Do you know what page that is, Mark? Oh, I see. I found it. It's page 30. On the revenues, their 2020 budget for their revenues is almost $80,000 for advertising fees, and they've already received $47,735 as of the end of March. Is that how do their fees work? Is that just for the first issue or the first 2 issues, or is I don't, or do they charge by the year? I'm confused about.
I mean, I can answer that question. There is a note in the margin that indicates that many of their advertising fees are billed on an annual basis. For certain advertisers, they'll pay for the whole year up front, and they get a discount. That's part of the fee structure for the Shorewood Bd magazine. And then the remaining issues, it's either those who didn't want to pay for the whole year up front, or there is some in and out advertising across the different issues, and those will get through the remainder of the year as each issue is published.
Because I'm just wondering, given the situation with businesses this year, whether they're going to have the funding to continue to purchase advertising for the magazine, and if not, you know, I don't know if it's worth discussing now, but maybe at the next marketing meeting, I'd like to know what the prospects are for actually achieving that revenue, if there's going to be a revenue shortfall. And we continue to publish the magazine, you know, I don't want to be in a situation of having to come up with more public funding because we're going ahead and publishing without getting the revenue, advertising revenue in. But that may be a discussion for a different committee. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else on the board have questions on the financial report? I don't think I do. I think I can address them in the next one. In general, Mark, is interest rates, it looks in generally like our interest is not going to meet, you know, interest revenue is not going to meet projections. Is that correct? In all fields and under all categories?
Well, interest revenue is not linear in the budget cycle, as many of our investments pay out interest twice a year, and those are disproportionately paid out in April, May, August, and September, and it just has to do with the particular bonds that the village happens to be holding and when those interest payments are made. So at this point, I would still expect interest earnings to meet budget.
Okay, and my last question is on workers' comp. I know we're trying to meet like 80% of the budget or something because it was so high, and I remember during budget you said it'll go down this year because one of our cases was dropping off. Has it done that?
Well, nothing has changed since the budget was prepared in that regard. That drop-off would be for the 2021 budget.
So it has gone down. It looks like it has. It's meeting projections. Okay. With anybody else have questions? If not, do we need a motion or?
I have one quick question on 17. I'm just wondering the Atwater Beach lifeguards. It looks like we haven't spent anything yet. I'm wondering, what do we do with the situation of uncertainty? Contractually, what are we obligated? I think we're in the second year of a 3-year contract with, I saw Mr. Gitzman was on earlier. I'm not sure he's still on. What are our options for if the beach is not open for the full summer, or if it's not open at all?
Great question.
Rebecca?
Right now, the North Shore Health Department has advised that they believe that Milwaukee County will be likely opening their beaches towards the end of this week or the next, and they anticipate to follow suit with the same. There's been no additional discussion of closure after this, whenever beaches are reopened. There simply may be parameters in terms of how many people may be allowed to gather in groups at the beach at a certain point in time.
I have a
so
follow-up
focusing
question.
on that.
So, but this is our beach, it's not Will Kenny's, and I know we're going to follow suit. We're trying to all be consistent, but isn't there other problems at Atwater Beach that we have not, we're going to address later in this packet? But if for any reason, let's just put it this way, if for any reason we do not open Atwater Beach for the full season, it could be a week, it could be a day, it could be 12 days, you know, it could be the entire time. Does the contract allow, do we still have to pay out the $28,850? I believe we do. I believe that was the objection I had earlier when we adopted it.
I have no specific knowledge on that level of detail at this point. I could certainly look at the contract with the village manager and get back to the village board on that.
Okay, that would be great. Kathy, Trustee Stokeberg, I think we owe that much money, but Mark will clarify for us. Any other questions? Okay. With that, do we need to make a motion, or are we? Let me just check my agenda here. No, right? No motion. Just move on. Okay, we're going to go to 9B, new business, 2020 budget outlook and review of fiscal impacts related to COVID-19. Mark.
Thank you. Typically at this early point of the year, staff doesn't engage in making fiscal projections based on first quarter results. And that's why those numbers were not included in the first quarter financial report. But we're clearly aware of a number of dynamics that will impact the budget moving forward. This memo and with a summary table and then some descriptions underneath it tends to outline what we see now, and we try to estimate based on current information what we see the aggregate impact of these items being to the annual outlook for the 2020 budget. So I tried to give summary tables and some pretty descriptive narratives for each of these items. So I will, at this point, to just defer to questions if you have any.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you so much. I'll open up to the board. Does anyone have any questions for Mark? I do. I'll hold mine to the end.
President Rozek, I just wanted to advise, I'm sorry, I wanted to consult the contract before commenting on Trustee Stokebrand's question. Our contract for the lifeguards has a 30-day cancellation term to notify the provider.
But if you don't know you're going to cancel the whole contract, I think Mark still needs to get back to us, because if there's a week or 2 weeks, it doesn't go. I just remember our conversation, and it was that we don't get time cards, so we just get invoices and we pay the whole thing. So anyways, I appreciate that. I think that clause means if we wanted to cancel the whole contract. Is that correct?
I'm just being Oh, this is something, so technically anybody.
Tyler, are you on the call?
Oh, because it's
I am, but can you hear me?
Somebody's talking. Yeah, somebody's talking, so please mute. Tyler?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Tyler. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
President Rosa, can I ask a question?
Who was that? Tyler, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So about the contract, we wrote it that they do have to itemize out the contract every month, the number of hours of lifeguard services, and that's what they're paid. So if it turns out that for some reason we're not doing any lifeguard services, we would not be paying for the number of hours for the lifeguards. And then part of the payment was just overall management fees for Eric Gietzen, who manages the contract. I would have to go back in the language to see how that was written. I don't know that off the top of my head. But I do know for a fact that the compensation for the lifeguard hours is itemized. I know that if we canceled the season, we wouldn't be on the hook for all the payment.
Okay, can you confirm that in writing? Because that's not what I remember, but thank you so much.
I had a question about the COVID memo.
Yes.
This trustee Amenta. Yeah. I mean, it seems like the area we're most impacted by is the whole parking situation. And I guess we're assuming that, after 2 months, so the end of May, that we're going to go back to the no overnight parking. Because I'll just note there's 85 in reductions in parking fines and on-street parking, but then a savings of 10,000. This is all in general fund, so a net of 75 in the general fund, but in the parking utility, we're net down another $25,000. So I guess my question is, for the parking fines, the 70,000, how much of that has to do with overnight parking, like people parking without a permit and getting a fine? Because I would like to consider, I know we're going to take all the transportation plan and talk about implementation, but we've had a good opportunity here to see what it's like without the overnight parking ban, right? Everyone's been able to park wherever. And I definitely think we need more public input on it, but really I have not had a single complaint from any resident about people parking overnight. I would like to at least have the information to be able to consider possibly just taking that action and continuing that. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. And that goes to my question, Mark. And I apologize for just piggybacking. I don't understand the difference between the $7,500 a month for on-street parking fines and the $70,000 or $35,000 a month for on-street parking. What is the difference between those two numbers? What means what?
Well, on-street parking is in the clerk's budget, and that's for parking permit revenue.
Okay, so they're the same thing. Okay.
The parking fines is in the police department budget, and that relates to citations, I would say, well in excess of 90% of those revenues are for overnight parking citations.
That's what I remember you saying. Okay,
which
so
are not, there's no.
It's aggregate. So it's $50,000.
You do say that.
How much a month have we lost?
I never understood that.
Is anyone else on mute?
Becca, can you mute caller 11? It's just caller 11 just gone.
Caller 11. Okay. So my question is then $7,500 plus $35,000 a month is what we're losing. The Duncan fees are a pass-through because is that not correct? Besides the one, basically we get charged, we pay it out. It's a fee for administrating Duncan each ticket. Is that correct? Most of them, except that one overnight parking, single parking. But the rest of them, Duncan fees, I'm not worried about. I'm more worried about it's $7,500 in aggregate, just $35,000. So basically, it's like 43. I don't know. Add them up, but 1,000 a month. If you times that by 12, I think what Trustee Amenta and I are asking is, in order to vote, we need the administration to come back and say, now we've seen this. We've seen. What do you think, in your best, estimate, is the impact of changing the law of overnight parking? And it's gonna require a little bit of guessing on revenue, how many people are going to purchase a permit, but I don't think it's going to come nearly as close to what we make of 500,000. We're pretty much losing almost 500,000. So just the revenue.
I would be willing to summarize that a little more formally, but again, in the current environment, everything's just been suspended. The long-term impact of allowing on-street has always, at least in the discussions I've heard, been accompanied with a permit fee that is not restricted to specific areas. So
I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But so if I'm talking strictly revenue. So my question is, and I think in order for us to vote, as Trustee Menta has mentioned, these are shocking numbers, and I expected them. And so what is some possible solutions to that in order for the board to make an qualified decision? What are our options? I mean, I don't want to say it out loud, but is it staff layoffs? Is, like for parking checkers, do we still need both? What are our options to make up the revenue if we don't make it all up in permits? I think, is that correct, Trustee Menta?
Well, I think it would be, I would like to see something that just lays out each type of revenue. If we said, in June or May 26th, if we said we're continuing to allow anyone to park overnight, what would the revenue impact be? Would we still need 2 parking checkers? And then if we charged a fee, what would that fee have to be? I mean, to a certain extent, it seems like we have this parking rule that you can't park overnight, and then we make money from the 20 overnights a year that you can do, and then we make a ton of money by ticketing people who park overnight. So I just think we need to look. I just think this is an opportunity. It's one of those silver linings of COVID, is that we now have an opportunity to look at what it's really been like not having that parking restriction anymore, and it would be worth getting the fiscal information laid out so we could consider this in more detail. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to bring back a memo to do that for a discussion of taking those actions.
Rebecca, can you clarify? I think it's on our calendar for just in general, transportation and parking for the COW at the next meeting.
Yes, it's been suggested to be the entire COW on May 18th to decide what our next steps will be.
Okay. I guess the request that I'm making is, if that information is available, to please bring it, and if not, then we would schedule another meeting. We'd put it on the next agenda, or whenever it was available. Does anyone else have any questions?
I just had a real quick one.
Sure, Trustee Warren.
Just to confirm, and I'm going to take this a little more high level, Mark. Just to confirm, so we're basically 58,000 in the hole based on these numbers. Reading through, it sounded like we're assuming almost like May 31st is a cutoff and a return to complete normalcy. I think we all know that that's not going to happen. And again, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm assuming that 58,000 is going to change significantly if we don't return to normalcy June 1st, right?
Rebecca.
Well,
Mark.
Yes, thank you. First of all, in the summary, that $58,000 is actually to the good at this moment, not to the bad.
Oh yeah, you're okay. Got it.
All of the estimates here have been predicated on the bigger items, which is return to normal parking restrictions at the end of May. So that is absolutely correct. And that's one of the reasons why I tried to list the monthly impact of those items for your information as well, because there is a lot of uncertainty here on what's going to be necessary, what the board may choose to do, and I will continue to give you updated information as those items become more apparent as time goes on.
But for clarification, what you've done for us here
is shown us 2 months worth of lost revenue. The 58,000 is only to the positive because we have one-time permit fees. So let's not look at aggregate fiscal impact on that memo. We're down parking fines plus on-street parking, 85,000 in 2 months. So if you times, half of that, so say 40,000, 42,000 times 12, that's almost $500,000 that we would be down if we continue to operate as we are today and allowing it without filling permits. So I think, Trustee Warren, if that helps, if we go another month after May 31st, it'll be another 7,500 plus 35,000. Each month we go, it's about that much revenue loss, according to the numbers on these 2 months.
That helps. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, I have just two. I don't know what they fit, if they were from the last one to this one, but regardless, we had, so for RFPs, I think this one's for Rebecca, for our legal labor contract, it looks like it was up in 19. Do we plan on RFPing all contracts?
Are you talking about our legal counsel for personnel?
I think it's Von
Brazen?
Yeah, labor. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, and they also work with us on the negotiation of the police union contract.
Yes, and I remember we delayed it, but are we still looking to do that in 2020, 2021? When does that go out?
We were looking to do that following the conclusion of the next negotiating cycle, which will be at the end of this year.
Okay, so 2021. Okay, that was one. And then for engineering, I understood that I thought our budget was up to $10,000 for engineering services, that contract. And it looks like costs are it says between 20 and 40,000. So was it an open-ended contract? Maybe it was. I just remember 10,000. Mark?
Well, I know that one aspect of municipal engineer is detailed as miscellaneous engineering for 10,000 in the public works budget. However, the engineer engages in many other types of engineering that are not classified as miscellaneous. So
can you break those out so that we know where they fall? They're all in DPW though, correct?
DPW by and large, but also water and sewer. There's facilities and a capital. There's just, again, it's as needed is I guess the best way I can do it. I'm sure that to get the engineer to
the only number I'm just asking in the budget.
So far this
year. In our adopted budget, is there any line item with funding for engineering for this type of engineering other than the 10,000 miscellaneous?
Yes.
Okay, and it's just spread out throughout the budget, just different funding everywhere?
It's in a number of places, of which I'd be happy to put together a follow-up report to give you a little more information on that.
Okay.
I just don't have
that. That's fine. That would be great because the line item that I'm seeing says 20 to 40,000. So it changed from 10 to 20 to 40,000, and it's fine if you're combining. From perspective, I just got confused because I thought that line item should say 10.
And again, if I just want to make sure I'm clear, you're looking at the service contract fee summary from the budget report?
I could tell you in 1 second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says 23,000, whatever says that. Yeah. Yeah.
And again, the purpose of that summary is more in context with the purchasing policy than it is with the budget. But they should have a reasonable correlation, and I will work to provide some more information on that.
Thank you so much. And I think that was it, except for, is this liquor license or that's a separate item? Separate item, right? Okay. Only other question was Whitefish Bay's fees to us are significantly down, and I was just wondering, is that because there's less garbage collection? Like we're not disposal fees?
Disposal fees ought to be up in general, although due to the timing of some of these, it is possible that the March billings may not have processed when this budget document was put together, this report. I will double check that, but in general, I think disposal costs are trending a little bit higher due to more volume being disposed at home instead of dispersed between home, school, and work.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no more questions. Anybody else? If not, we can move on to the next item. Everyone okay with that? Okay. 9, new business 9C. Consider professional services agreement for Atwater Beach assessment and temporary protection alternatives. Rebecca, or whoever. Yeah.
For
Sure,
this item, it will be Leanne.
Okay, I can take the lead if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. You will recall that in early January of this year, we had a winter storm event with some significant easterly winds, caused a fair amount of erosion and damage at Atwater Beach. There are a series of photos in your packet. Shorewood and Whitefish Bay have collaborated with some discussions with the Smith Group, which is a firm in the Midwest that is known particularly for its coastline engineering. And they have provided us with the proposal that you find in your packet to do an evaluation and identify some temporary mitigation measures for future potential erosion. You may have heard that there was a federal disaster declaration for that storm event. FEMA guidelines will allow the village to request reimbursement of money for property restoration. Typically, although there are some fairly rare conditions, FEMA will not fund mitigation measures. So in all likelihood, the village could spend money, much of which would be reimbursed by FEMA, to repair the path and the boardwalk and replace some of the sand. But we could certainly have the exact same thing happen again with a storm with easterly winds. So this would identify measures on a temporary basis that would allow us to shore up that beach area and prevent further damage in the short term, while we would then look to identify longer term measures, and that would very likely come before you in the form of a future initiative.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for the director?
I have a question. Have we used this, this company, Smith is out of, this is Kathy Stokebrand. Did we use Miller Engineering out of Sheboygan before? Is Smith out of Chicago? I'm just wondering.
Smith Group, they were formerly known as JJR. They have offices in Milwaukee and Madison.
Any further questions, Kathy?
I'm just wondering, we used Miller before, didn't we, for the stairs? Is that more of a bluff firm versus a coastline firm?
Correct. We have used Miller. Miller was the engineer of record for the bluff restoration.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from the board?
Oh, I did have one other question. I'm sorry. The cost estimates for the damage, the repairs, are those things that we got from when the project was done with the grant money and such? Who came up with the 45,000 and how did they come up with it?
That was DPW staff estimates.
Based upon installation costs from when it was built?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, was there other questions?
Yes, this is Trustee Carpenter. I just wanted to understand the timing for all of this, their recommendations as well as the timing for the repairs in relation to a short summer season. When would all that be done?
Most of the repairs have already been completed. The path work was done by our staff. If there is sand replacement, that would likely also be done by our staff. I'm anticipating that the boardwalk repair may be done by DPW staff, but in any case, the bulk of the work has been done or is scheduled to be done. So it really, that particular part won't impact, there would be no impact on the season at this point. We've just begun the FEMA process, which is heavily administrative, but we have been working diligently to make sure we are properly recording all the costs and payroll so that all of that information is available for reimbursement.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding then, so we've already spent that $45,000 for all of those repairs, and this memo is just for the engineer to give us potential mitigation for future storms?
Correct. We have completed most of the repair work that has been funded temporarily through the DPW operating budget. This proposal would provide us with options for temporary mitigation measures so that we would have protection at the point that they would be installed with board approval from that point through the next winter season until we can, if the board so chooses, I evaluate and identify permanent mitigation measures.
Does that satisfy your questions?
Yeah, I just, I mean, I think I just didn't quite realize that the $45,000 had already been spent for the repairs, and I thought that I was a little bit confused on that. So, okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions on this item?
This is Trustee Nursing. Just a quick question about the FEMA. How much of that, the $45,000 will be reimbursed from the FEMA funds?
We would anticipate all of it.
Do you have a running list of, remember when I asked earlier is that a qualifying expense? And Rebecca answered no. Do you have a running list for the trustees or for the board that would just show what expenses to date we've spent and that may qualify for FEMA assistance?
We have not, all of the items that would be reimbursable by FEMA are identified on the form in your packet. And we have not done anything outside of that list.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone have other questions or wants to make a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I had one more quick question about, so we have already replaced the asphalt and we only need to reconnect the boardwalk to the new asphalt on the south end?
It's not so much a matter of reconnecting, it's a repair of the boardwalk frame and decking.
And so the asphalt on the south end that collapsed, has that been replaced with new asphalt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The base, what we would call the binder portion has, the top course of asphalt has not been placed. That has to be done by a contractor. That gives a better finish than we have the equipment to do. So we are working on getting quotes for that, but it is passable at this point.
Okay. Any further questions?
This is Trustee Amenta. I'll move approval of the proposal from Smith Group, Inc. for the Atwater Park assessment and temporary protection alternatives in the amount of $3,000 to be funded through the Public Works General Engineering budget.
I'll second
I'll
that.
second that.
We have a motion by trustee Amenta, a second by trustee Ursink. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go around the table. Trustee Warren?
Aye.
Trustee Ursink?
Aye.
Trustee Amenta?
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst?
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand?
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter?
Aye.
Did I miss anyone? And I'm an aye, so the motion passes 7-0. And now move on to a new business 9B. Consider next steps for bubbler equipment. Rebecca.
Actually, I'm going to allow Bart to speak to this item. Bart, are you still on the call?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
So the history of this item was presented in a memo within the packet. Bubbler had requested funding from the village at least once, perhaps twice before, and the village had made it clear, the village board had made it clear that they were not interested in providing operating funds. Bubbler once again this spring asked for that in response to some financial difficulties they were having. It was our interpretation that the village was not interested once again. So in response to that, Bubbler did issue us a letter, well, 2 letters. The primary letter on March 27th indicating that they would cease operations within Shorewood. With that, myself and Nathan and other people have looked at the grant agreements and the operating agreements that we have with Bubbler to identify what that would mean for us. Based on our review, we do not believe that we would be responsible for refunding any of the grant funding, so we're not at issue with that. The question would be whether or not we believe that the cessation of operations within Shorewood is within the general terms of the operating agreement. So there were 2 options presented within the memo. One would be to accept that Bubbler is requesting to cease operations within the village, and then that we would ask them to remove the equipment at their sole expense. The other one would relate to the term in the operating agreement, which requires, or which states that they would not seek operating funds for us. So essentially, we'd be challenging their right to cease operations while they remain in operation within Milwaukee and at least Wauwatosa. So if there's any questions on that, I believe James Davies from Bubbler is also on the phone call, and Nathan here as well has been reviewing this with me. So that's kind of where we're at tonight in terms of responding to the March 27th letter that was issued.
President Rozek? Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh.
President Rozek?
Well, maybe in the interest of time, perhaps I'll just make my point quickly. You know, I just think we'd be hard pressed to compel some sort of specific. I understand kind of the legal arguments, but I think we'd be hard pressed to compel specific performance under the contract. That is, you have to continue operation in Shorewood. So I view our choice as really our choice really comes down to them removing the equipment in stations. I just think that, you know, for my money, it's very difficult to go in and say, you know, we have this contractual language and you must perform your end of the contract, as opposed to, you know, kind of winding down your business. So, you know, I won't belabor the point given the hour, but I would certainly tend towards having them remove the equipment as opposed to trying to enforce the right under the contract.
I mean, I'm fine with them removing the equipment. You know, my just feeling is that the village did invest almost $100,000 in this, and if Bubbler were to, you know, have a turnaround and you know, 5 years from now come back to the village and say we'd like to, relocate back in the village, I don't think the village should at that point have to pay again, for installation of the stations. So I don't know if there's any way to, I guess we'd have to renegotiate the contract or negotiate some other agreement, but I just feel I would like to see that we have some guarantee if at some point in the future that we would have some credit or something,
Was that Trustee Menta? I'm sorry, I lost the call for a second. Trustee Menta, did you have other questions?
No, I mean, I guess the only question would be, is there any way to get any kind of assurance like that if they're in the future, their bubbler does come back, but I guess, would we have to like negotiate? I mean, I don't know, what would we have to negotiate an entirely new agreement with them, or is there any way we could get a letter from them, or, I just think it would be really bad in 2025 if bubbler comes back and then they say, well, the stations aren't there anymore. You gave up the stations, we took them, but we used them somewhere else, and now Shorewood, you have to pay again. So that would be regrettable. So is there any way to, I guess it's a question for Nathan, is there any way to accomplish that? Or is that just not really feasible to do?
Well, the short answer is yes. Whoever is on the board at that point, years down the road, would say, sure, you can come back in Shorewood as long as there's no expense to the village. Have at it. The other option is bye-bye. So yes, I don't think that there's any way to tie it to the current cessation of operations. And I guess, and Bart and I talked about this a lot, and we wanted to make sure that, both paths forward and both options were presented, because, I saw it as a potential attempt to do some arm twisting by bubbler, but as Trustee Warren correctly points out too, if this is the last gasp of a dying enterprise, and we engage on this issue and try to get them to keep the stations, and 3 months down the road the entire program is gone, it may be a moot point. So we originally had heard that the whole thing was going to be filing for bankruptcy and that was going to be it, and then that we found out that through some infusion of funds by Milwaukee and TOSA, they're going to hang on for a while there. And I know that to this point, West Allis has not specifically committed any funds, but they had at least put it on an agenda for consideration. Is that fair, Bart? Is that an accurate representation of your understanding?
I don't know if it was on an agenda technically, and like I said, James, I believe, is on the call. He could maybe speak specifically to that if it's desired. But
I heard West Allis said they were investigating some funding options. I don't know that it was an agenda item if it rose to that level, but they said they were investigating some funding options.
President Rosa, can I quickly comment?
Sure, Trustee Warren.
Nate, maybe there's an opportunity here for, I agree with Trustee Menta that it would be nice to have some assurances. I don't know that we can accomplish that via, a binding, a contract like the one we have in place, but perhaps we can kind of take a middle ground that would give us some protection where, we're going to go back and forth on this termination, on the cessation of operations, on the removal. Perhaps they give us some kind of written assurance that, hey, if we ever come back, we're not going to ask you for further funding. Just something to kind of show we'll in good faith work together if they come back. That might be nice to have in kind of these termination correspondences that are going to happen within the next few weeks. And I do understand it's not a contract per se, but at least it's something to put in the file.
Attorney Bear, maybe you can help us out, but I don't see if we make a motion tonight, I mean, basically, unless you want to subsidize the entity, and even then, the memo basically is very strong in saying that they don't think it's going to be a sustainable operation.
So other than subsidizing and hoping, I think what the village manager has indicated to me, at least, is that before an entity would go bankrupt, you would want them to fulfill their contract, and the contract says that they are to remove the equipment. Now, if they go bankrupt and we don't make the motion tonight or whenever before that would happen, then there's no way to get that, the costs fall on the village. And so I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, because I don't want to misquote, but I think that's the heart of the issue of the reason it's on the agenda today is we're not certain the company will be in existence. And do we want to move forward with asking them to fulfill the financial obligation of removing the station? Rebecca?
Yes, initially when we had conversations with Bubbler, and this goes back at least a month now, it was they were unsure whether they were going to be in any location moving forward. Since that time, we have now learned that they are going to continue to be in Wauwatosa and Milwaukee, and that they will continue in some way as opposed to closing completely. So that is different from the last time that we've visited the issue, but the fact remains that we have equipment within our community that's not going to be utilized. We're going to need to communicate to our residents and people who are here in terms of, why it's not available for use. And it's also, when we leave equipment like this within our municipality, it will be prone to vandalism when not being used, just because it's a habit that we see with things that aren't being properly used and left in the right of way.
I have a question. So would we, first of all, besides taking the bicycles and the posts, the payment posts, what about the concrete pad? Will they rip out the concrete and put the grass or the sod back in? And do we need to add a date here to make sure this happens?
Rebecca?
I believe that the locations of where the stations are currently are placed, that there would only be concrete below it. I don't know of any that would be replaced with green space. And Bart, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
So is the pad being removed? Is I think what, do they pay for the pad removal per the contract, the concrete pad?
I would argue I don't believe they would. I believe it's the equipment that they would remove. I don't believe the concrete pad was determined to be equipment.
I agree.
So to me, it would be the bikes and the stations themselves. The concrete pad, I believe, would remain unless we ourselves chose to remove it and replace it with grass.
But again, in many of those locations where the pads are located, I believe it's concrete underneath. There's not grass.
There was grass.
Correct. There was grass, and they put concrete to place the equipment on top of it. So if we wanted to restore it back to that grass condition, it's my interpretation that would be on us as the village to do that. I don't think that's determined to be part of the equipment. So there are a few stations outside of the Oakland Avenue corridor that I think were grass previously. I think that's what's being discussed. I think that would be a village expense if we chose to do it.
I think that's unfortunate for the village, isn't it?
Yep. Yes, I think so too. Yes.
This isn't totally relevant at this point, but I'd love to know the statistics on usership in Shorewood. Is that available somewhere on, what the end result of this bike share program was in our community, how frequently these are being used?
Great
yeah,
question.
They did provide monthly reports that I believe were shared at the last update to the board. I'd be happy to reshare those to the full board or to yourself, whoever wants to see it. We did get monthly reports of the usage within Shorewood in comparison to the remainder of the system, so we do have that.
Okay, and you can just provide that to all the trustees?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to direct Bubbler to take its equipment out of Shorewood at their sole expense.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will take a vote. Trustee Warren.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Can you? I got cut off from sound for the last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes. Can I hear the motion?
Sure. And also, if you have questions, we still can do further discussion. So the motion was, can you read it back, please, Sarah?
Yes, to direct Bubbler to take its equipment out of Shorewood at their sole expense.
And that's for the contract, right? Okay. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand. Trustee Stokebrand.
I'm sorry, no.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Did I forget anyone? Okay, so the vote is 6-1 and passes. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, it is new business E, explore alternatives to safe outdoor spaces, including but not limited to closure of streets, sidewalks, and other areas of the municipality. Rebecca. Or anyone.
Hi. I provided a memo that outlined just some of the research that I had reviewed with respect to this item prior to it coming forth on the agenda, so reiterated that within the scope of your memo. I have not yet heard back from Milwaukee County Parks as to their direction relative to the Estabrook Parkway and the pilot program that is currently going on with specific roadways in Milwaukee County Parks. Other than that, I believe the information that I have is here for you to review.
Great. Does anyone have any questions?
So,
Trustee Carpenter.
Excuse me. So, one of the suggestions or ideas in the several emails that were sent were, well, there was a couple, but the ones I think that I'm most interested in understanding is creating some sort of loop for open space. And in my mind, I had two ideas that had come to mind. One of them was the suggestion of a loop around the elementary school, because those tracks, it said in the memo, the school tracks are open, but they're actually closed, or it is actually closed. My other thought was creating some sort of loop, maybe a smaller loop on the west side and a smaller loop on the east side in connection with an alley, so residents can still get in and out of their homes, but that we could have the ability to potentially close off some streets just to give some space for residents to move. I don't foresee this ending anytime soon, and I don't know that typical summer activities will continue in the way that they have in the past in regards to pools and camps and all of that. So, that was why I had suggested this be a future agenda item. And I had reached out to Leanne, but she was not able to really give me any specific direction. I would assume also the criterium is not going to happen. So, maybe looking to that event as a concept was my other thought.
We're still investigating. Sorry, Jessica. We're still investigating the criterion right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but yeah, that was my thought.
Thank you. Rebecca, do you want to respond? The reason I ask is about, I think the last time we had a discussion at the board, and so if you have a response, if you don't, no problem, but was the health director consulted and something about smaller blocks and it's actually worse? I can't remember what you said.
I ask a question too before, just to add something to your response? What has been the response from Estabrook about trying to close down Estabrook to use that?
So we provided the request to Milwaukee County. They are specifically piloting other roadways, and we've asked for them before they make any additional closures. Estabrook was not on the original list for closure. So we've reached out to them to get a feedback in terms of what their pilot has shown them, you know, what dates or what steps they're looking to take as a next step option for any additional street closures, and we have not yet heard back from them after requesting that twice last week.
Are we working with Sheldon Wasserman at all?
Is that Trustee Stokeberg?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are we working with Sheldon Wasserman?
We have not specifically reached out to him yet, but we definitely can do that.
That might be one idea.
Okay.
So with, and I'll update this, Trustee Carpenter. Thank you for letting us know that the track was closed. The last time when we did this review, it was open. So I'm not sure when the closure of that occurred.
Ryan Davis just sent out an email a couple of days ago. I think it was due to bigger crowds on the football field being unmanageable, and I think they kind of ruined it for everybody. So the runners were kind of managing it themselves, but then there's giant groups just coming, you know, out and playing on the field, and I think they just kind of closed it all down because of that.
So we have responded.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So we have responded to some calls at the football field previously for groups gathering. North Shore Health Department did not recommend closure of local low volume residential streets. Their thought was that closure of individual blocks create a block party environment that doesn't support the message of moving through our parks and adhering to social distancing, but encouraging people to congregate in those smaller areas. So that's just the feedback that we had provided to them. You know, an example for that is that they're not recommending for block parties to proceed until groups of 50 or larger have been now will become a part of the fabric in terms of how the health departments are advising for gatherings to occur. With respect to looking at a circuit around Lake Bluff, I believe that was a specific request within some of the emails that we had received. We also have the road project that's ongoing in that area, which is going to be shutting down streets that are directly adjacent to Lake Bluff. So in talking to Public Works, because we're ripping up and displacing on-street parking and also limiting, you know, and closing those streets to through traffic, it was not recommended from their perspective that a circuit around that be looked at. With the exception of that, you know, there's, you know, and just looking at a map, Trustee Carpenter, we actually looked at your neighborhood and shutting down the streets around those because of the alleys and how they interconnect. One of the challenges becomes, and this is really, it's a kind of a safety call, I guess, is that there needs to be some place for the vehicles to go. So you could shut down blocks. They wouldn't necessarily create a circuit, but then vehicles could still flow through the alleys. It still creates more of a block party environment over a number of streets versus a circuit based upon how the vehicles would need to get in and out. But, you know, so it wouldn't be in keeping with a North Shore Health Department recommendation, would close streets. You know, a policy consideration that the board would need to decide is whether or not they're going to prohibit parking on those streets as well. We'll still need to get trucks onto the road. So for example, you know, waste, you know, refuse and recycling will still need to occur around in those areas, depending on what wasn't blocked off and how to get into the alleyways or not. So I think I hit all the points that were, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go through and be reflective of comments.
And then Lake Drive, I know there's a suggestion about putting concrete barriers. Is that, what would be, I mean, have you have a rough estimate of the cost of putting concrete barriers down Lake Drive to create kind of a pathway?
We have not looked into the cost of concrete barriers. We would have to go out and field that cost. I don't know if in the memo that you received, I actually had a follow-up conversation with the DOT where I asked of them, are there any other options? Can you talk through this with me, relative to Lake Drive? And they had suggested that, one thing that they would be willing to entertain is the closure of the parking lanes on either side of the road. But then we would also need to sign, they had suggested those movable signs that actually state to people that parking lanes are closed, and then putting not necessarily concrete barriers because we prohibit parking within that area, but then they had suggested almost like their movable bollards that would then be placed at every intersection in greater in greater amounts to really make it visible to any of the oncoming traffic that would be coming on to Lake Drive or turning in one direction or another. Notifying them, we need to put signage in those locations as well, just to let people know that that's not being used as a parking lane and could be considered as an alternative route. From a cycling perspective, Lake Drive is would be an alternative to what the Oak Leaf Trail would be. In some cases, I guess, just based upon the cyclists and where they're going. But we would need to obtain quotes to see we don't have that type of movable signage that would need to be put on the north and south side to let people know. And then we need to look into the rental cost of bollards of that nature.
Thank you.
I had a comment that I think if we did something like Saturday afternoon between 2 and 4, and we did it in, an area on the west side, an area on the east side, taking advantage of alleyways to allow cars, I think we would need like some volunteers, just like we have for the criterion, to manage any cars that need to go through. But the main reason that I like the idea is that it's like it's a little bit of fun, and it's a little bit of a celebration, and it's a little bit of like it wouldn't be a block party because it would be a loop, and kids could be on their bikes and people could be moving, and I think everyone's aware of the 6 feet rule. And I just I just think it would be really nice to do something for the village that's like something to look forward to on Saturday afternoon. We can go out and take a little jata, like they do in Latin countries. And I just feel like we need something to brighten things up, because we're not having block parties. There's so many things we're not having, this spring and this summer. There's so many things that people are giving up, the seniors in high school, kids who can't. I think it just would be really a nice thing to do for the village to have something that's to look forward to and fun. So I would like to continue to pursue it. I understand there's a lot of reasons, and it will cost money, and but I would still like to pursue the idea.
I agree with that. Just to throw my 2 cents in, I think conceptually there's a lot of support for, Rebecca, thanks for pulling all this together. There's a ton of information here. We appreciate that. And conceptually, we want to do something. I don't know where we quite go from here, but I agree with Trustee Menta, Trustee Carpenter, Trustee Ursink, everyone else who's spoken on this, that, this is something that I'd be interested in pursuing. We do need something to brighten our days these days. I just don't know what kind of the immediate next step is here.
Rebecca, do you have any suggestions?
Well, I think we'd need to know from the board what specific areas you're wanting to close, I heard one suggestions on Saturdays from 2 to 4, that be done with volunteers. I guess I need to get I need to hear more from the board in terms of what areas they're specifically looking at.
Okay. I don't think the board knows, unless I'm speaking out of turn. Does any board member have a specific area? Oh, go ahead, Trustee
Sorry.
Kaufman.
Thank you. I was actually, when I was reading this, was looking at the Ally presentation from earlier tonight, and going back to actually what was Ally C on that map. So I think that's, I mean, if we did sort of around that block, and then did, so we could have one on the east side of town and then one on the the west side of town. I mean, and this is all just like sort of my own brainstorming idea, but that alley is Jarvis and Prospect and Downer maybe. I don't know if that's feasible, or if it's better to do, a different block that has an alley. But, and I think, even if we just did it on the weekends and did like a couple hours, or if we did it a couple hours each day, I don't know, I would let staff sort of tell us what is, reasonable from a safety and productivity standpoint. But I think, it would just be really nice. Summer's really short here. I know we all try to take advantage of it as much as possible. So I think if we could do a weekend, couple hours each weekend day, maybe that's something that could be an option.
Is this something that you're looking to have volunteers put up the barricades and like put up and put down every weekend? Or is this something that I mean, so if we call in Public Works, they're going to come in on overtime. I don't,
right.
I heard the suggestion of volunteers. Is that something that, the board's willing to look at?
Sure. I mean, I would be. I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I think, if Public Works, like, similar to the leaves the barricade on a Friday, then they can be put up by volunteers, on the weekend, and then taken back down. I don't know. I'm sort of throwing out ideas here. I just think it'd be nice to be able to make it work for the community. I don't know what others on the board think.
Does any other board member?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think this is something maybe the Rec Commission, there's the Lake Bluff and Atwater, don't they both have ice skating captains? I mean, I think maybe this is something, if we can get some volunteers, for some existing groups and some enthusiasm for the idea, then yeah, we could do it the same that we do for block parties. It's dropped off on Friday, people put them up, and then the Public Works can pick them up again on Monday. I think the point is we're not exactly sure how or where. So maybe a group, maybe a subgroup of the board who's particularly interested in this can try to come up with a proposal and bring that proposal to staff and try to work something out.
I'm wondering if there would be a map or a grid that the village could share, the DPW could share with us, that could block off sections where there's construction, where we definitely couldn't have this, so we have a better idea of maybe some of the streets that we could identify as potential streets where we could close off, because we know right around Lake Bluff, there's a lot of construction happening right now. So are there streets that this would work better on? And if we could have a list of maybe some options, I think that would probably help us. Over the weekend, there was a really great, a great Facebook sort of group that started that was like the Shorewood Classic. And it was, just people running. And I think, you know, I mean, it was just such a huge success. Everybody was running in the village over the weekend. And, you know, I would assume that there's people part of that group that would help out. You know, the Lake Bluff Ice Captains are part of that group. I'm sure some of them would also, you know, be willing to help volunteer for this. You know, there'd be plenty of groups that I think that would help volunteer, but what's the scope of volunteering? You know, do we have vests and flags? You know, so it'd be nice to see what streets would be available that we could do this on. Like, what would be ideal streets that aren't as busy, that aren't impacted by construction, and then maybe we can go from there.
In terms of available streets, all of your streets are low volume. So I think it's really, you know, we need to know what, I mean, if you want to look at the alleys, and I mean, it's not an exact, there's not an exact science to it other than, you know, identifying where the roads are going to be blocked off. So if we want to look at, you know, there was a suggestion of Trustee Carpenter's neighborhood and blocking off all of those roads in the alleys, and then, you know, a block on the east side that are, again, lumped in with other roads as it relates to alleys. It's really, you know, I'd be looking to the board for your help to organize the volunteers and to, you know, assist in the communication with them.
What if you took the running model and turned it into a bike routes model, and it was something that every family could take up and do on their own at their own leisure? What if you came up with, or volunteers who know the community and bicycle a lot, come up with 10 different rides, one for kids ages 2 to 5, one for 5 to 7, 7 to 10, blah, blah, blah. And then you put it online and you see everybody can go do their ride in the village on their own at their own time. My problem with doing this in an organized fashion is you're doing exactly what we're not supposed to do, which is bring people together at the same time. People are going to just naturally congregate and talk. So I would advocate, because I think it's a great idea to try to do something, but as Rebecca said, we all have low density street traffic right now. This is your time to go explore your village. Don't get stuck in a route where you're going in a circle around the same neighborhood. Let's come up with 10 different routes with 10 different neighborhoods and post them online, have volunteers come up with the routes, and everybody can go do their own, and we're not spending any village money or village time.
So we have a bike and ped plan that actually identifies what those crossroads would be that are in normal conditions, still what they would consider to be low volume.
Great.
We're relatively small in terms of municipal size, so it's not an expansive a long distance to go. But more of a square.
Got it. Okay, so what is the direction we're giving staff? Anybody want to make a motion to direct staff to do anything?
Are we agendaed for, Rebecca, are you just looking for direction, or are you looking for an actual motion? What are you looking to get out of this? It sounds like we have a lot of really good ideas floating around, but I'm wondering what you're looking for.
I'm looking for direction on what we need to do if there is something moving forward. I'm at a loss without that. You know,
Would it be best to have a group that's interested come together and propose an ideal to you?
I'm sorry, what?
Would it be best to have a group kind of come together that's interested in doing this and then approach you with an idea? Because I don't know if there's consent right now.
Like do you want to refer it to a committee? I mean, I don't know when they're going to meet, but
we could engage bike and ped. you know, and then we could see if we could
Oh, that's true.
collect their thoughts.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we're not really having committees meet, but I think, you know, I also would really hate us to spend, you know, 6 weeks getting this idea off the ground. And then I mean, there are cities across the country that have already enacted this. You know, there's a New York Times article about it. Like, there are other places that are doing this. And so I also just, you know, would hate for us to spend 8 weeks trying to get this off the ground. If there's a way for us to get Ped and Bike together, you know, on a go-to meeting or a Zoom or whatever to make it happen, you know, I think that would make sense.
I hear you.
I agree with that. I think it's a great idea.
Rebecca?
Yeah.
I mean, is that doable?
Yeah, we can see if they're available to take a look at it and provide their recommendations.
I would think that in the meantime, I think what the board is, I think, saying if staff could also like form a group and just brainstorm, that would be wonderful too. Don't know if that's the right word, but or maybe they do that with Ped and Bike Safety in the next 2 weeks. But I agree with the sentiment of the board that it's like the bocce ball court or Shorewood's known to be fun and outdoors. And so how do you organize getting that idea implemented? First getting the idea and then getting it implemented. And I don't know that if you just throw it to Ped and Bike, they're going to have that wherewithal unless staff is engaged and ready with some ideas. Yeah, and I'm just talking out loud because I don't know the solution either.
It's not that, you know, anyone here is not engaged in it. I think it's getting an understanding of like how big of a distance are you looking for, and what's the goal of achieving that. If it's just shutting down some individual blocks, you can, you know, to your point, you can do that with volunteers. You can do that with volunteers and just shut down a number of blocks. The question from our perspective, you know, I'd want to know in doing that is how do you want to notify the people in their area if their area is going to be shut down for those periods of time, just so people are aware. You know, right now, even when we shut blocks for block parties, there needs to be like a certain number of people who sign on to that. You know, so it's really just getting a handle on what you know what you're looking to achieve, but you can shut down roads. It's just, and you can do that like you suggested in a block party or in a you know, similar to how blacks already do it with block parties. It's just a decision on where you'd like to see it and how long you'd like it to run. Assuming we have the volunteers who will continue to do that, you know.
Right.
You know, and on the
It
flip
sounds
side,
like I'm hearing from you that there is, or that you as board members are able to find those people.
One good thing about referring it to Ped and Bike Safety is that, you know, they're volunteers. If they think it's a great idea, you know, they can help us, you know, take the lead in trying to organize it and find people and figure it all out. Because I think we are going to need some. I mean, I think we should see what they feel about. If they feel it's a good idea and something they're interested in trying to implement, then we have a partner. And I think we should also be talking to the the rec committee and the school district too, and see if they're interested too. But let's just refer to Ped and Bike Safety and see if they can meet in the next 2 weeks and then have an update at our next meeting.
That works for me. Anybody have objections? Okay.
Oh,
No.
I'll send out that New York Times article to the board that highlights all the cities that have done this.
That would be helpful. Okay. Do we want to move on to the next agenda item?
Okay, I will. We are going to move on to 9. F, consider 4th of July contingency plan. Rebecca. Tyler.
Actually, this one's going to be Tyler. Tyler, are you still on the call?
So just because of what time it is, I'll cut it short. I just provided 2 options on what we could do with 4th of July. A lot of communities are either postponing or canceling due to COVID-19. So the 2 options I provide in your packet to consider is, one is just postponing it to Labor Day. That gives us a few months to get a better idea on how to proceed. There have been a few communities, I think Kenosha is the one on the top of my head that has taken this approach. The other option is just to cancel it in its entirety, just with the understanding that even as 2 months go by, we may not see enough progress to be able to get that many people together for the parade and fireworks. But I just wanted to outline this discussion for you so you could discuss it with each other. And I'm happy to answer any questions about what we've done in previous years for 4th of July.
Thank you. Does any board member have questions?
Yep, Trustee Erson. So, just with Labor Day being on September 7th, we've actually, we're still discussing right now the feast, which would be that following weekend. So, maybe there's a way of doing kind of all these celebrations in one, so we don't have, fireworks on the Labor Day, fireworks and a parade one day and the feast on the next weekend. Maybe we could combine both events and just create a large kind of village celebration.
President Rosick?
Yes.
I mean, I guess kind of building on that, I'm okay with, at this point, I'm okay with pushing it back. I don't recall from it's getting late. I don't recall if we lose anything by just pushing it back as opposed to canceling, if there's some sort of monetary loss that we incur by just pushing it back. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm incredibly optimistic about anything happening even in early September, but my preference at this point is not to completely cancel, unless we're losing unless by not canceling now, we lose some sum of money, which we don't want to lose.
Rebecca,
Tyler,
Tyler?
No, we wouldn't lose any money. I contacted Mad Bomber, who does the fireworks, and what we would just do is we would just tentatively schedule them for a date in September, and then we would just have to come back to the board in a few months to discuss. But there's no monetary thing that we would be on the hook for just reserving a date.
This is Kathy Stokerbrand. What about, do we owe Sarah Deneb anything so far for planning the parade?
No, we do not. I specifically told her not to do anything at this time because I don't want to pay her for her time if we're not going to do the 4th. So if we deferred to Labor Day, what I would instruct for her to do is actually to draft a new agreement that would focus on a Labor Day celebration. It would probably mimic similar to what 4th of July would look like, except I would ask for that cost to be much lower because it would be a much more simpler celebration, so there would be less time involved. So I'd probably ask her to have a lower fee to do it. So we would do that in the meantime, and we would bring that to you in the next 2 months to make a final call.
My other question is, do we know what day school starts? Because Labor Day, like Arthur said, Labor Day is the 7th. I think last year school started on the 3rd.
It starts September 1st this year.
September 1.
First,
so everybody would be back. Okay.
Okay. Does anyone go ahead?
This is Trustee Amenta. I'm not sure about having, a parade for Labor Day and fireworks. I mean, it just seems odd to take the 4th and try to make it September 6th or 7th. I mean, I'm not opposed to like having some kind of celebration or parade or something, but I mean, I kind of agree we shouldn't be getting together in July, even though I suspect that our curve is going to be down by July. But I mean, I think, yes, I agree. We have to say goodbye to the 4th of July, but I don't see moving the 4th of July to September 6th. I think if we want to do a parade or like a village-wide block party or a concert somewhere, I mean, I would like to see a different concept. It just seems a little bit goofy to have the 4th of July in September.
Are you talking about gathering in September rather than the 4th of July parade?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly what, but I mean, maybe we need to put our thinking caps on. Just to me, it seems a little weird to do the same things you would do on the 4th of July, like fireworks, on Labor Day. I don't know. I mean, the fireworks are fun. I guess I'd go for the fireworks, but maybe not the parade. Just seems like an odd concept, to take like let's do Christmas in February. It just like let's do something, let's celebrate, but maybe not make it the 4th of July. That's my take on it.
Okay. I agree with that.
Kathy Stoker. I was just going to say also, once the school year gets started, everyone has sort of shifted gears, and it's in that if you have kids, so the sports could all be starting. And so then to throw in a village celebration, maybe that if they're able to do the feast, maybe that'd be something to focus on that weekend. I just think it's all too iffy. And so I would agree with David. I think we should just pass on the 4th of July, let it accept that this is not happening this year. And if we want to put something together, if the curve is staying flat, maybe try to do something that we come up with later that maybe less is more.
I'm okay with that.
President Rozek.
Yes.
Sorry, this is Trustee Carpenter. Yeah, I would agree that, unfortunately, in my mind, the 4th of July does not seem to be a good choice for this year. I like the idea of potentially tying in, the fireworks and some sort of celebration with the feast. Hopefully we'll be able to rally around our business community, and at that time, if we could, and fireworks is always a fun way to celebrate anything. And I just think we just have to know it's not going to be the 4th of July in September. Maybe it's just fireworks and it's the feast, and it's not the same. 2020 is not the same. Nothing about it is the same. And I just don't see the 4th of July on Labor Day either. I don't see it. I just don't see it happening, as sad as that is to say. I mean, Milwaukee's already canceled the 3rd. So, it's just a sad year.
What are other municipalities doing, like Whitefish Bay and in North Shore? Or have they all canceled their fireworks and parade?
I know
Rebecca?
Glendale canceled, but that's the only one that I'm aware of.
Glendale's affirmative.
Go ahead.
Glendale has affirmatively canceled. The majority of them are all reviewing it in this week and next, or have volunteer groups who have taken a look at it. I don't believe that any of them will be optimistic that they'll be proceeding with the 4th.
Thank you.
President Rozek? I mean, I think conceptually we're all kind of on the same page here that it's not going to be the 4th of July in September. I mean, all that said, just to be very succinct because of the time, I still would prefer to just call it a deferral at this point, so we leave our options open for something in September. I know it's not going to look like the same celebration, but at least we leave our options open to tying something to the feast. We're not losing anything monetarily. Well, I just don't want to take things off the table at this point. Rather, I'd like to take a month and repurpose them and see if it's even feasible.
Okay. Do we need a motion? Or are we just giving direction for this?
A motion would be great.
Okay. So Trustee Warren, do you want to move?
Sure, I would move to, I'm trying to look at the motion in the packet. I move to defer the 4th of July celebration to sometime in September. That's sufficient? I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry, I'm flipping it.
Yep, that's sufficient. I will second that. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go around the table and take a vote. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta. Trustee Amenta.
Sorry, aye.
Did I say Warren?
Not yet, but I vote aye.
Okay, and I vote aye. Did I miss anyone? Okay, motion carries 7-0 for deferment. All right, so the next agenda item we'll go to is new business. Wait a minute, hold on, I gotta flip. 9G, consider resolution 2020-11, consider resolution 2020-11, reducing Class B and Class B intoxicated liquor and malt beverage Class B wine license 2020 renewal fee and waiving the late fee for restaurants and bars in the village of Shorewood who are closing or serving limited capacity due to the COVID-19. Who's taking this one, clerk?
I will take this one. So tonight before you, the League of Wisconsin Municipalities has provided guidance on what the maximum and minimum license fees can be under the state law. So due to the COVID-19 and restaurants and bars not being able to be open to full capacity, and we don't know when they will be at this point, we are looking at reducing our license fees by half. So instead of a full license fee of $500 plus $100 for beer, it would be $250 plus $50, so $300, and then $50 if they just had a wine or beer license.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. And I'm sorry to do this, but it's way past my bedtime. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the board's pleasure. I guess I don't know what's time sensitive or not, but I can't. I might have to be excused if we go too much later.
Can we make a move? Can we move on this?
Let's ask Rebecca. Rebecca, is there anything that's time sensitive on this agenda that remains?
Sarah, your timeline for licenses, has you distributed information when?
So we should have already distributed information. We typically do that in conjunction with the April election. We are well behind on that, and the businesses are aware. Once the league came out with this guidance, we chose to hold on till tomorrow. So I would need action on this tonight.
Okay, any other items on the agenda that you need action tonight?
I know that Bart's on the call. We're currently holding on the suspending the loading zones and the parklet monthly installation fees. My understanding, Bart, is that we're already past those deadlines.
Correct. That's a self-imposed deadline of May 1st. I would be fine holding that if we needed to. Both of my items could wait.
I mean, my feeling is given this, that we're not talking about a lot of money. Hopefully we, the village, will get some relief from federal money through the state. I'm in favor of just approving all of these. I don't know what everybody else is. I think we could just go through them, make quick motions and approve them. I mean, I'll move to approve resolution 2020-11, reducing Class B and Class B and whatever that means, intoxicating liquor and malt beverage, Class C wine license 2020 renewal fee, and waiving the late fee for restaurants and bars in the village of Shorewood who are closed or serving limited capacity due to COVID-19.
I'll second that.
Second it.
Okay, trustee Amenta moved, trustee Warren seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst. Yes. Stokebrand.
Aye.
Sink.
Yes.
Am I the last one? Carpenter?
I already said
yes. Sorry, so yes, 7-0 vote. We'll move on to the next agenda item. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve resolution 2020-14, suspending loading zone renewal application and annual fees for businesses eligible for the CDA's emergency business assistance.
Second.
I'll second that. Okay, so trustee Earthink moved, President Rozak seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst. Yes. Trustee Carpenter.
yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Did I forget? Nobody?
Yes.
Okay, and that's an aye. That's a 7-0, correct?
Yep.
Okay, we'll move on to I. Consider resolution suspending parklet monthly installation fees. Do I have a motion?
I will, I move to approve resolution 2020-15, suspending parklet monthly installation fees.
Second.
Go ahead. And who is the second? Kathy?
Carpenter.
Carpenter. Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Warren, a second by trustee Carpenter. Any further discussion? Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Earthink.
Aye.
Stokebrand.
Aye.
Backhorst. Yes. I'm an aye. Did I forget anyone? Okay, motion passes 7-0. I'll make this quick. Reports of village officials. I don't know if everyone checked their emails, but I did assign as required board standing committee assignments and trustee appointments to volunteer committees, and they will be attached to the minutes for anyone to see. The only thing I'll read into the file is just the chairs of our standing committees. Right now, when we finally meet in committee, these will be the new chairs for the 2020 going into 2021 standing committees of the village board. Budget and Finance chair is trustee Amenta. Judiciary, Personnel and Licensing is trustee Carpenter. Community and Business Relations is trustee Ersing. Public Works is trustee Warren. Public Safety is trustee Stokebrand. And Strategic Initiatives is trustee Backhorst. The only thing that should be noted is the groupings. So this year, Budget and Finance, JP&L, Community Business Relations are grouped together. Public Works, Public Safety, and Strategic Initiatives are grouped together. Does anyone have any questions? Other than that, there's trustee appointments to volunteer committees, and those can be read in the minutes.
This is trustee Backhorst. I mean, if anyone else wants to talk first, that's fine, but I do have some comments.
Okay, go ahead, trustee Backhorst.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I do need to get the agenda back on my computer. Keeps, I don't know, doing something. So if anyone else were in the queue, I would appreciate if they could go first and then come back to me. But if not, I'll go.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay. Back to you, trustee Backhorst.
Thank you so much. So I appreciate that we received the information regarding the committee appointments and board standing committee assignments, as well as the trustee appointments to volunteer committees. And I did have a couple of comments that I'd like to make, and I would appreciate if I don't get interrupted by anyone, because I am now the longest standing board member on our village board. So I'm in my third term. All of my elections have been contested, And I don't mind that I was given basically strategic initiatives, which is, you know, your PUF committee. That's where things go when no one wants to deal with them or they don't have a proper designation. But I will say that the irony of this situation, and also it's not just me, that I noticed this for a couple of trustees, is that again, as the longest standing third time elected and contested races, as well as the past president for the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, and again, those are term limits, so that's the only reason I'm passed, is that the depth of knowledge and the fact that I have been here for this long, but yet to be put on what I would consider, and I'm pretty sure all of us would, the least important committee, the committee that you really don't, I'd call it a starter committee or a beginner committee or entry level. So we have 2 new trustees this election cycle that, and I'm very grateful and happy and look forward to working with both of them. But also these 2 trustees do not have the experience that the rest of us carry. So the assignments as such are quite fascinating to me, and I'm not suggesting that there's any cronyism or anything like that, but the appearance of that is pretty stark, and I can explain myself on that. But you know, going down the list, budget and finance, Trustee Amenta, okay, she's back in that committee. JP&L, Trustee Carpenter, so you know, makes a lot of sense. Community business relations, again, is like second. It's right above what I consider strategic initiative. So we have a newbie there, Trustee Ursing. And then we go to Public Works. I thought that Trustee Warren was doing a great job in public safety, but anyway, he's now in charge of Public Works. And then we have Trustee Stokebrand. Welcome, Kathy, and welcome, Arthur, as well. Who is now Public Safety Chair, which is an interesting one because public safety is, as we all know, statutorily, the person who chairs that also serves as the chairperson for meetings in the absence of our village president. That is, you know, a position that and there are other, of course, very important parts of that position, especially the police liaison. But I know Guy Johnson did this as well, and I was really hoping that our new administration here would break from the traditional and more kind of long-term kind of policies of others. But I find it quite fascinating to have brand new people, and in this case, and nothing against Kathy Stokebrand, I have not worked with her yet, but for that very point, she has not been an experienced trustee, just as Trustee Ursing, and yet she will be chairing meetings in the future when President Rozek is not there. So that's one quite interesting observation. You know, being the chair of strategic initiatives to me, again, is the least amount of work, which thank you very much for, but also I would say an unwise use of my skill set. So that's that as well. As far as the 2020 trustee appointments to volunteer committees as well, we have Planning Commission. So I know statutorily the president is the chair of that, or at least that's what I think it is. And then we also have, again, a new trustee, Trustee Stokebrand. I thought that Trustee Carpenter was doing a good job on the Plan Commission, and you know, really any of these committees take a little bit of.
It's a 1-year appointment. 1-year appointment for a trustee.
Okay, so again, the most important committee in our village is trustee appointment to volunteer committee, which is basically what's it called, a quasi judiciary committee. We have a brand new person. And then on the CDA, we have Trustee Amenta, who has served in the past on the CDA, and also the same brand new trustee, Trustee Stokebrand. Okay. The BI board, I don't have a problem with that. The bid makes a lot of sense to have Trustee Ursink, especially since he is the president of the bid board. HRC, I have no problem with that. Police Commission, okay, I don't know why we wouldn't put Trustee Stokebrand in that position if she is the public safety chair. But and then library board, no problem with that. Conservation committee, you know, again, I was on I helped reinstate the conservation committee for this village in 2007, 2008, when it had been defunct for over 20 years. I've requested that committee every time. I've never been appointed to it. But okay, Parks Commission, Trustee Ursink, okay. thank you for the bed and pipe safety committee. I'm very happy that you listened to the chairs and their request to have me as the liaison. And then also down to elder services. Again, I don't have a problem with Historic Society. I know Trustee Carpenter asked for that, public art, and the marketing committee, all of that. So the only problem, well, I shouldn't say the only problem, but one of the issues I will raise in this regard is that Elder Services Committee, I've stated in the past that I cannot attend daytime meetings. I know they meet at 4. That is impossible for me. So I know I've been appointed to it, but just know that I'm publicly stating that I have expressed concern with that I cannot make those meetings. So if I am absent at those, I would appreciate that, I've given a pass on that, because I really just can't make them. The Elder Services Advisory Committee is a 4 p.m. meeting. And then I do, like I said, appreciate the head and bike safety appointment. That is, so anyway, going back to the Planning Commission, the CDA, I don't believe that there's any cronyism going on, but I find it quite interesting, not just for myself, but other members of the board, that we've put that the president has put a new person in 2 of the most important committees, and also given a new person what I consider the most important board standing committee assignment. I think there's a learning curve to everything. And those of us that have been attending meetings and do have a little bit, it doesn't have to be me, it could even be Trustee Carpenter, for example, to serve on one of these committees. Again, like, she could be back on the Plan Commission. I heard you said there was a year on that. All right. I know Trustee Menta served on it. I have not served on it. Trustee Warren has not yet served on it. So there are other options that are valuable. Same thing with, I did not want the CDA, so thank you for not reappointing me to that. But you have 2 people who have been very expressive in their anti-TIF. And also with, new trustees, they're more impressionable and easy to be, and I'm not saying that, either of these 2 new trustees would be, how do you call it, persuaded, or that they're that green or that
the public voted for them.
That they're inexperienced, so there's, again, to the learning curve, but yeah, that inexperience, so that they could be easily persuaded by, certain members of the board or not. So I would ask that we really consider those senior level appointments and not offer those out to juniors or, entry level. And, again, within a year, things will change. But this year, you have plenty of senior, and when I say senior, I'm the only person that serves more than 2 terms on this board, which is hilarious. So, but whatever. We have Trustee Warren, Trustee Carpenter, Trustee Menta, and I, who would be really able to fill some of those positions that have been given to our junior members.
Thank you. Anything else?
I know it's a tough thing to do because you're balancing a lot, and I appreciate that. And but apart from that, I do think that this should be redone, and that we really should look at, satisfying what's best for the community, which would be to ensure that things run smoothly, especially during this pandemic. We have so much going on and so much chaos. So where we can have stability and really use common sense in order to move our government forward at the little amount of money that we have, we should. So let's save the taxpayers' money. Let's be and let's logically use our resources. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, I have a comment. I just want to say I have every confidence. I have every confidence in our new trustees. They just because someone is new doesn't mean they haven't been following events that are going on. And it's kind of ludicrous to presume that, there's certain positions that are better than others. Or, I mean, I was SIC chair for 1 year, and I actually saw it as a great opportunity, because that's where if you use it, that's where we're starting to discuss like real changes and the really significant improvements that we could be making to the village, because it's looking far out, which we very we're frequently so busy like approving loading zone stuff. We don't actually take anywhere near as much time as we should to be thinking about park planning or longer, or even as I suggested in past years, why do we have the committee structure that we have? We could reorganize the roles of committees and the duties of certain committees and even things out, so we don't have this perception that this is an important committee and this is an unimportant committee. We should be evening things out so everybody has an opportunity to contribute and use their skills. So I don't at all share the sentiments expressed by Trustee Bockhorst, and I was on Plan Commission 1 year, and I mean, I know it's important and everything, but it's like really like detailed kind of stuff, and it's usually they're held like the day right after we have a meeting, and Plan Commission is a tough gig. I was glad to get off the Plan Commission. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Good, and it's late. I hope everyone has a good evening.
Thank you, Trustee Menta. Any other comments? Well, I want to wish everyone luck in their chair positions as well as on their committees. I am fully confident that I spent a lot of time analyzing skills and matching them with the committees assigned. They will stay as presented today and submitted for the minutes of this meeting. Okay, so I'll move on with no other comments. I will move on to the next item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a point of order with Attorney Bear.
Sure.
Attorney Bear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was just wondering if I understand that the president has the right, which doesn't necessarily mean that just because you're able to do something, you should do it. But do we as a board have the opportunity to confirm appointments? And if not, how would we get to that point?
When you say appointments, do you mean specifically the standing committees of the village board?
Yeah, both, like the standing committee, exactly, and then the volunteer boards or quasi-judiciary.
Yeah, I think the answer is you would have to amend Chapter 155 of the village ordinances, which
and statutes,
which assigns that power to the village president. As it stands, that's the process under Chapter 155. The other thing I wanted to note is the item is agendized as a report from the village president on the new assignments. And so if there's discussion on how that process works, or comments, good, bad, or otherwise, we should really be asking that under items for future consideration to agendize that, because we don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole of discussing the process, because that's not agendized. All that was agendized was a report at this point for the appointments that were made pursuant to Chapter 155.
I appreciate that so much. Okay, so that could be an item for future consideration is what I'm hearing, Attorney Bear.
Sure.
That would be right. But in general, we just want to make sure that when we're under the report section of the agenda item, that we don't get too far afield of a report and turn it into more of a discussion on process or potential legislation or changes in policy, because somebody might say, well, I went to bed 2 hours ago because all that was left on the agenda was reports and things that I wasn't interested in.
I think you're Attorney Bear. I got it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so with that, and Attorney Bear, don't want to leave it at that. There are statutes also that outline the process. So Wisconsin statutes supersede village ordinance. Just to be clear for the new trustees. So the next item on our agenda is mine, which is next steps. And Rebecca and I just wanted to share with you that because of the virus, we haven't been meeting, and the emergency declaration by the state, county, and ourselves as a village, we have not been meeting in committees. And there's a backlog of agenda items that need to be pushed forward. And so Rebecca has requested, and I confirmed, and I want to share with the board that we will be meeting in committee of the whole to at least go through some of the larger, most important committee topics that we would be addressing as a whole anyways. So I know it adds some time to our agendas, for the night, but that is the next steps. And so Rebecca will start putting things on committee of the whole as of next meeting. If you're wondering about long range planning, that is a special meeting, so that doesn't show up on the list in your file, and neither does budget, I don't believe. But those are the ones that are just for regular village board meetings, and the committee of the whole that will occur ahead of time. So we just wanted to share that. If you had any questions, or actually no questions, it's a report. Is that correct?
Well, I have a question. I have a question.
Sure.
If the Safer at Home order expires May 26th and business is open, are we going to start meeting in person again?
That is to be determined, since we just have an open-ended, we just adopted an open-ended ordinance, so the village board will determine.
One of the components, I'm sorry, President Rosa.
Go ahead. Yep.
We're anticipating that even when the stay-at-home order lifts, that there's going to be different types of re-entry criteria, typically based on how many people can be with each other at a certain point in time. So, the next smallest increment that is being discussed is groups not more than 10 being together. And when you look at the courtroom and how it's set up right now, we have 7 trustees, and then just myself, the clerk, and Attorney Bayer, we would be at 10. We'd also wouldn't have the ability to be seated 6 feet apart from each other in there. And so that means that we would bleed into the public space, but then also need to provide for spatial distance for anyone from the public who would want to attend. So my focus is going to be looking at what that next bracket will be in terms of groups of allowable people in one space and time, as we look at what our reentry protocol will be for the Village Hall building, given the type of space we have in this particular setting. Some other municipal halls have much greater rooms, so they can spread out and accommodate different things. And I'm open for ideas, but at this time that room seems a bit challenged. So I would anticipate until we hit that next bracket. But for planning purposes, and this just looked at May through August.
So we're going to not have committees through August?
For planning purposes and laying out just timeline in terms of what needs to occur in committee of the whole, I've benchmarked on not being able to meet through August. That's always subject to change based upon how the parameters of how we'll re-enter are decided, which will be more than just a local decision.
Basically, Rebecca is a planner. She likes certainty, so which I admire about her. She's laid out for us what topics really need to be covered, and ones that we can cover as a whole. And if for any reason the re-entry, meaning re-entry into regular society, the emergency is lifted, and what are those metrics that have to be hit? That's what our public health officials are working on. And as we learn more, then we can adjust as a village board, of course, and our village manager will adjust back into committees if needed. But right now, since we don't have certainty, she's just laying out the topics for everybody to know.
And President Rosa, just one other comment on that. They're laid out based upon what we need some decisions and directions on that either correlate to budget or are topics that we need to have cleared the deck on before we enter into 2021.
And can you just read off some of the topics? It's just like, what was transportation and parking? We all know that as a whole.
Sure. So May 18th would be a cow on review of the next steps for parking and transportation. We also have review of the biennial sidewalk program that we need for purposes of budget. We need to wrap up on agenda management, vendor selection or not. And June 1st, we were already scheduled to dedicate a cow towards the review of the 2021 initiatives. On June 15th, we have the presentation of the DPW organizational analysis. And on June 15th, we'll also take action on 2021 initiatives. And then I simply just have placeholders in July and August. If you'll recall, we only meet once in July and August, based on village ordinance. So you'll see the items that come up there that are.
Okay. Does that help at all, Trustee Menta?
Well, I mean, I assume like we're not getting to priorities, the discussion about future agenda items or priorities tonight. So village board initiatives. I mean.
Right, so that the discussion on, so the timeline coming up for initiatives is for trustees to submit initiatives between the 15th and the 30th of May. Those get compiled. We come back together on June 1st, and the board has a cow of which they'll discuss the initiatives. The memorandum that I put together was really more preemptive than anything to share with you what we have on the docket. And my apologies, because there were some of the village board initiatives that got lumped in on these two lists. So I sent out an updated list of the 2020 board initiatives just prior to the meeting. But really, it's just to kind of set the table to give you an indication of what we currently have pending. And then there's also a long list of future agenda items for consideration that I'm going to want some prioritization on before we move forward.
And the list, so we're into village managers reports, which is perfectly fine. And then we'll go to trustees. But before we go to that item, there's a proclamation that I just wanted to announce, and then we can finish up on what Rebecca and Trustee Menta are talking about. And it's just that it is Municipal Clerk Week, and I wanted to recognize from the Village of Shorewood that we appreciate all their work around the country, around the state, as well as in our own village. So I want to thank all the clerks out there. That concludes my report. I can pass along now to Rebecca. Would you like to do, she just mentioned that she did send an updated list. There were some initiatives of the board that were not listed on her original memo that was put into the packet. And so I didn't get a chance to review the whole list. It was pretty late, but please feel free to review that. If you still feel that there are some missing, let Rebecca know so that we can update the list appropriately. Hopefully it covers, we want to get a complete list that covers all of our initiatives from last year, so that when we go into prioritization, we are accurately reflecting what has been done and what has not been done yet, according to past initiatives, before we start prioritizing new ones. Does that sound like an okay approach?
I looked up the minutes from last year, July 15th meeting, and we actually had a motion and passed it that identifies this. I didn't look at Rebecca's updated email either, but we did actually pass by motion what our priorities were, and that's in the July 15th minutes. So I can compare the two.
And I did reflect on that. Some of them were located on the other two lists just because they've been active in other areas. So I've combined them on the same one. So that will be in your updated copy.
Okay, and Rebecca and Clerk, could you just put the updated copy in the minutes as well?
Sure.
Anything else, Trustee Menta?
No, I'm going to move to adjourn. It's so late.
Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second, Trustee Backhorst.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Backhorst. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion. Who's aye?
Oh, aye.
Did anyone oppose? Whoever opposed, say their name. Okay, so then the motion carries 7-0. We had to wake up Trustee Warren, I see. No, I'm joking. You guys have a great night.
I'm still here. I'll be going right to bed though.
Have a great night. Thanks for staying and being with us.